That one. Yeah, see
Sorry,
the
big
sound's
one.
coming through.
I don't know, B2.
And that one's for desktop audio. I don't use the B2 one.
Yeah, okay. Well,
No, look, there you are. You watch.
okay. Are we coming through?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, Peanuts, but we had technical difficulties. Just trying to get things going again. So I'm going to share the video again, and then we'll see why you can't hear.
Work. So I just try and get it all out from what's in my head by memory.
Yeah, it's not even going out to the Peanuts.
First of all, we'll start off with this cardanoid over the flat Earth.
Desktop audio is not even going out.
If you read some historical books, you'll find there's a trench.
So that's in OBS? I mean, not OBS, it's in Banana then. But something's not set. A1's going to WDM Speakers 3, Speakers Steel Series. It's meant to be WDM. Not MME. I've got WDM over on my microphone. I don't know if it's meant to be WDM or MME. That might have something to do with it. Do you want me to just try that?
When Hal refused to let Dave back into the ship. Terry's computer is refusing to play Lindsay. No, I'm not going to do it.
I can't do that, Dave.
Yeah. You can't find the settings that'll allow me to do that, Terry.
So you want me to try the MME one, Alan, instead of the WDM one?
You can try, but I don't think it'll do you any good.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was WDM or MME for those two.
Terry,
I mean,
I'm afraid the only
you
solution
can still
is
hear me.
You'll have to go into your computer's core and start one.
Okay. I don't know if that made any difference. Pardon?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Press
We
play.
won't hear Lindsay, but we won't hear Lindsay.
Yeah, let's just...
It's to do with the induction.
No, still no Lindsay. So that wasn't it.
Oh, be thankful for small mercies. We can't hear Lindsay. Oh no.
Yeah, but what if I had a blue video or a...
Well, obviously,
or somebody else?
Then it's a problem. But at the moment, we're just at Lindsay level.
At that point, it would be tragic.
It would, yes.
Oh, we had a naked peanut out
discussing
there.
all these problems, and then she says, "Oh, and we've run out of coffee." Damn it!
We've got a paid NASA's shill out there. We better make sure they got a spanner.
Yeah, we better give him a spanner.
Yeah.
He's got one.
Probably something so simple I can't even.
The trouble is, in Zoom, there's nothing about what to do with the audio. When you're sharing, the important bit.
Yeah, I've just got voice meter input and voice meter output. That's how we leave the Zoom ones.
Yeah, I know. It's see, that's the thing. When you're doing a screen share like that, Zoom should just automatically share the audio with. Hang on, you have got you haven't made a chance got no. You haven't, I was going to say you haven't got him muted, have you?
No. I can hear you. No, definitely not. Because then I wouldn't hear it. Because I haven't got it muted. So because
Yeah,
I'm
but
hearing
it's
I'm
still-
hearing it fine.
Still a good idea to check because you never know.
Well, I was hearing it, so that's how I could tell it wasn't muted.
Yeah.
If you're hearing it, it's going out to YouTube. Let it play.
Seduction
No, it's
of
not
Earth.
going out to YouTube.
Oh,
Earth renews itself through subduction.
Well, I was hearing
There's
it.
there's the Lomonosov Ridge. The Russians found back in the 50s or late 40s and kept it
I mean,
quiet
it's showing up.
for
It's
about
going
7
out
years.
in B1 on
It's all connected
OBS,
to
but
this
it's not going out on desktop audio.
Big,
Terry,
what we
Wow.
call it,
I
underwater
just listened to the YouTube stream
valley. Or
and I just heard Lindsay.
Yeah, but you can't hear Lindsay.
Yeah, well, and
we can still do commentary on Lindsay just by just by
Yeah, but you have
Say
to wait.
random-
You have to wait half a minute before you can
does he have subtitles? Does the closed caption work on Well, just checking. Does it work on Lindsay's videos?
get.
they don't
There you
always
go.
work. There you go. That means that YouTube will be able to hear him and we'll be able to read him.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
mean,
we can't-
it's far from perfect, but it's a workaround at this stage, isn't it? No, Dora, we don't have to suffer. We just have to put up with. Well, I'm sure the subtitles are going to struggle with.
Oh,
some
now they're
resonances.
complaining they can't see it. Well, I can soon fix that. Right. First, I was trying to get the audio to come back through here. Yeah, so for some reason
Welcome to some information
the
on flat Earth.
audio's coming through B1, which is me. It's supposed to be going down through to desktop audio, so somewhere else has changed.
Flat Earth knowledge, flat Earth philosophy. I'll try to avoid the word science because science is too connected to the BS
Yes,
of
you
the
try and
spinning
avoid
ball.
the word science.
We don't want to get
Well,
confused with
see why you're
BS
avoiding
science as opposed to true flat Earth knowledge. Got a few things to talk about today.
True flat
All
earth
by memory.
knowledge.
So I start
There you go.
trying to take notes, I get all confused because just like playing with a can of worms, trying to line them all up, doesn't work. So I just try and get it all out from what's
He's
in my
playing
head by
with
memory,
worms
so bear
now.
with me. First of all, we'll start off with this cardanoid over the flat Earth.
You can't do notes.
If you read some
Just
historical
do it.
books, you'll find there's a trench. It's to do with the induction,
Yeah, well, I think it's one of those
Subduction of
guys who
Earth.
can't read his own handwriting.
Earth renews itself through subduction.
I've had that before. Somebody asked me, "What does this say?" So you should know.
Lomonosov Ridge, the Russians found back in the 50s or late 40s and kept it quiet for about 7 years.
Anyway,
It's all connected
I
to
think
this
it's time we're gonna go
big-
with the kettle.
What we call it, underwater.
Just thinking, do I go
Valley or whatever?
or not?
It must be connected to
Yes.
it comes out down through the
You know, I'm not allowed to.
Atlantic, out around the bottom of Australia, right around here.
Well,
then
sorry,
back in
you know,
up here to
Rosie,
the
you
Pacific
know, Rosie
Ocean.
gets really cross if she finds that high up.
So you have all the, but then there's minor, just like up in space, you have a main event, then you have all the minor events. Just like in a magnet, you cut it down, you get smaller and smaller compartments to it, or fractals of. But we've got this.
Jinx, you saying we're going to
It's-
laugh at the
And it's
closed
all related to as
captions
above, so
getting
below.
things
What's
wrong
up
too.
there and what we see in the stars and everything is connected to down here. We get this shape. This basically,
Even the
comes
closed
out,
captions
spirals
don't make
out.
sense.
if you think of the moon cycle or whatever, spiraling out in that Fibonacci cycle. If you just dotted each day of the month and go out, then it comes back in again. But you can imagine it's going around all the time.
I think this is the appropriate snack to have when watching.
It's not a matter of
Lindsay.
stress for everybody, but anyway, back to Earth here. We've got this underwater,
Yeah,
like this. Now, the funny thing is,
that'd be it.
well, it's not that funny because I keep talking about it. The like I say, as above, so below. We get this cardanoid in our cup of coffee if we're facing the sun. You want to try it? The sun will be here, back through this way. Right? Just turn around, might be easier to look, understand. So if you can imagine when you look, creation is from the center of the flat earth. Everything is created from the center. So if you're back here and you're looking, things are going to appear to come around like this, aren't they? And that's what they do. Because that's a spiral. Everything spirals out of the center north vortex. There's a center north vortex in here. There's a slice of the donut. Center of creation is back in here, not inside the solid donut, is it? Separate. Well, creation's right back at the center. That's the center north. Center north creation. There's a vortex that comes all the way out. Look to the tropics. It's turning. So as a star, let's say it's night time, and the star comes around, you'll see it come out. It's all reflected out here. So imagine you're looking. There's a big spiral back here. As that turns, the stars turn with it. So we have two effects. You've got the northern one and the southern one, but I've just drawn the one. We're just looking at one. So just imagine you can see that from the north, and we see one in the south. So if we're out in the south, you'll tend to see the star come around from the northeast, east, and then over us, and then disappear as it goes back around. Everything's spiraling out of the centre. I hope you can think about that. I can't explain it very well, but that's the way it is. Look at that. And this is what turns. So no matter where you are on the earth, you'll always get this pattern. That's your image. But guess what? It all shrinks back onto your dome. Let's say that's your horizon. That image will be reflected back onto your one circular dome of horizon, arc of horizon. No matter where you are around here, that will turn and reflect onto there. So let's say it's daylight, anywhere around here, put your cup of coffee out, you'll get this cardanoid look in your cup. And that's where the sun is. That's the centre of creation. It'll always look like that. Because everything is coming out of the centre of Earth. Got that? Now Dave the moron was talking about flight times. Well, you only have to do a little bit of research and you find, well, everything he says is garbage. You take flight times near the equator between, say, Venezuela, all the way around to, say, Nigeria. That's the widest part of Earth apparently, but it's 5 hours or something. But then you come right out to, say, New Zealand, Auckland to Perth. I think it's that one. It's similar. It's the same. And you're crossing the same amount of longitudes. If you have to work on longitudes, don't worry about the expansion. You're still working on longitudes. 15 degrees out here is still 15 degrees back here. So work on the longitudes. It's the same. It's a 5.5 hour flight, same longitudes. Yet shouldn't it be a lot longer flying out here according to old silly man Dave? And on their spinning ball, it should be a lot longer back on their spinning ball. And then you've got to take their pear shape into consideration. Bulges more at the equator. Well, shouldn't that be a lot longer to get from Venezuela to Nigeria than it would from Auckland to Perth? No, they're the same. This is where you have to start thinking, because despite what we see the longitude spreading like this, because it's creation from the centre, it's coming out, so it has to expand outwards. But because we are, as individuals, are all centre of the universe, come from the black hole, because everything's from the black hole exploded out, everything moves with you.
The translation
So
just makes it
basically,
worse.
the light is parallel. And this is where science tells you that the light's coming in parallel rays from the sun. And it's not really, it's just that you're the centre of the universe, so you expand with it. So basically, everything is parallel with you, but you will expand out with the electromagnetic field, because we're all part of the electromagnetic field, so we're all moving with it. We're just moulding with it. This is why we can't get out. We're part of this electromagnetic field. We're fractals of light. We are light beings. So this is the best. That's how you do a flat earth map. There's no other way around it. You have to do it. But you have to then think of it like this. Coming out of the centre of creation, it's all reflected out to the equator area, say. Because creation is just this one centre point here. And it goes to the equator. Everything beyond there is the parabolic reflection of the north. Atmospheric wise, or everything from in here wise, seen at night. It's a parabolic image out here. It's just a reflection. But terra firma is different to this. The Egyptian explain all this, like this is...
I got some bad news for you guys.
You've got a fixed and stationary
What's
Earth
that?
on the black hole.
This is
The
not
state
the
of
right
rest.
video.
Oh, shit.
I just realised.
Why isn't it the right video?
Because I usually grab the video from over in Discord as a feed through to his channel. I was wondering why nothing matched up from recent videos. Because we were talking about the sun, shadow, moon. That one.
Welcome everybody, welcome to another video by Flat Earth Philosophy. Off the Flirth. Lindsay's my name. More physics to do with the black hole. Quantum mechanics. Turned into reality. Made fact with the Flat Earth model. This is another video to help people understand why the moon is the same size as the sun. Why it's the negative image of the
Right
sun.
speed.
Why it
On
phases.
1.25.
And the secret to creation, the Trinity. The
Yes,
mother,
unfortunately
sun.
necessary. Yeah, we
Actually, here it
started
is here.
watching the wrong bullshit.
Here's how it is.
Yeah, I know. All
Just
because
work on
of
the northern
technical
hemisphere because the southern is
difficulties.
just a parabolic image.
Yeah, I got the
anyway,
video
so just concentrate on the northern, central part of the flat earth. The side elevation, sliced, centre north, the realm we live in. These represent the tropics, the equator. So we're just working on the northern hemisphere, the internal part. That's it there. This is the cycle the moon takes, right? Out of new moon, comes all the way around like this over the month, halfway, and it starts winding back in again. So what I've done is I've taken this is the black hole centre of creation.
I suppose it's better because it's
I've
not
taken that,
perfect
blown it up, put it out here.
but
So we've got the sun on its horizon. That green part, there's the sun on the horizon
Yeah,
of
the
the black
problem
hole.
is if I glance away and do something on the other screen.
Check out my
which
previous
I ain't
videos. But anyway, I've
gonna
blown
work.
that up. It's out here. There's the
Then-
black hole. There's the sun on its
I
horizon.
can't listen to them because there's no sound.
There is the moon. This is the Trinity. This is the Father. Father of creation. That's the Son, S-U-N or S-O-N. Because you relate it back to man. That's the religious story. Christ, the Son, and the moon. The Mother, the Father, and the Son. Now the video is about the moon being the negative of the sun. People aren't understanding it. It's quite tricky. But I went through all this and I thought, oh, bugger it, I'll just make a model. So I've just made a little model. It's so easy to understand. But we'll run through this and then I'll show you the simple model. So, okay, red is the moon cycle during daylight. During the day, because it's 50-50 roughly, isn't it? So, hours as the sun is now catching up to the moon. Again for next new moon. So so the sun's catching up and basically the moon starts winding back in. Blue is the night cycle, roughly, because the seasons cause overlapping of day and night. You see a little bit of the bigger moon before it comes full moon. Because at full moon, the day after, it comes into the night time. It's into the dark side. So blue is the night cycle, roughly because the seasons cause overlapping of the moon, moving slower behind the sun as the sun races ahead 52 minutes per day. So as the moon comes out of the face of the sun at new moon, comes out, the sun's raced ahead by 52 minutes a day. So it's out here. The sun is catching up to the moon in the daylight. So we've got the moon, we've got the sun here. So the black hole turns, right? So does the sun on its horizon, it all turns like this. Turning all the time, 24/7, 360 degrees for a 24-hour day. But the moon's out here doing its thing behind the sun. This side is not seen.
Behind
See,
the
the
sun.
sun disintegrates the moon. It's the black hole.
What?
Let's not go there. I'll show you the model. The sun always shines this way
Yeah,
with the moon
let's not go
to
there.
its back. So you've seen this in science. The plasma, what are they calling it? I'll show you some photos actually. You might have seen this spaceship type thing in the Egyptian stone reliefs in Abydos. The overlays, been overlaid. But this basically represents this, what science has. This is the sun. That's the black hole. It projects across and there's the sun. And the moon is always behind it, or over there. Understanding that model. The moon cycle again. So, you know, it could be there. If it's there one day, it'll do a full cycle right around the earth, so you'll all see it in the same place. Then it creeps a little bit that way. You'll all see it in that place. That way. You'll see it in that place, or, you know, different distances. It's all moving in or moving out. Full moon opposite the sun. There's full moon behind the sun's projector. Because the sun is actually in here. It's projecting its light out here where we see it.
Time for my meeting.
On a curved magnetic field, actually. But it's opposite. The moon will be in behind.
Well, this is classical
The
Lindsay.
sun is always facing that way, facing into the black hole. It never. Well, it does actually. I'm going to show you in a minute. The sun projected the actual sun, not the image we see. Actual sun is in here. You have to understand that. Back in creation, it's all like this. Centre of creation, projecting the images out into our realm. Let me find some pictures here.
Man.
Check out my earlier videos about the moon being the negative and the shadow of the sun and all that. We'll start up here.
Shadow of the sun.
It's that bottom relief.
Oh yes, that
People think
famous
they,
Egyptian
must have known all
carving. That's a
about
carving on top of the
aircrafts and all that
carving on
back
top
in
of
the
the
day.
carving.
Well, they probably did, because nothing's new under the sun. But that actually represents the sun and the black hole. These are overlays. They've been overlaid. And there's another sign in Abydos representing the star formations is representing that overlay. We understand that. That's between the two fields, the northern and southern hemispheres, sky rotations. And we've got that strip between. That's Orion's belt, dead centre, dead straight through our horizon. 9 months of the year.
Ryan's bell.
Do buildings like that, stick them in your face and go, this is Earth, people, but we're not going to tell you that. That's what it looks like. And what's that? That's the sun in the Milky Way at night. It's the back of the sun tucked into the Milky Way. They want you to think it's Sagittarius A, it's
my
nothing to do
God.
with the sun.
Back of the sun, tucked into the Milky Way. Yeah, just tuck it in there. And
That's what Earth looks like. It's under and over,
No,
positive and
that's
Why do
negative.
you hate me so much, Terry?
Black hole in the centre. Here's the moon cycles, they all know. Somebody does.
Are
They haven't got the
you
phasing
the
right,
one who
but that's the
introduced
shape
them
it
to Lindsay?
takes. They know that. They track it.
No,
Here's the
he
sun.
just keeps torturing me with
Somebody's
Lindsay.
even leaving
Oh,
us
right,
signs.
I don't know what I did to
It's the sun
deserve this.
projecting its light out across the black hole.
Just your sheer
The sun being off
existence is
centre,
enough.
the
I believe.
centre. Look,
It seems to be how it
right
works.
clock. What does that look like?
I object.
You want to check out my earlier videos? It's the bright
Objection
clock.
duly noted. Promptly for
Same
doing.
here, way back then. Of course they did. In the last 80 years or so, they've been bullshitting us totally. Another sort of more esoteric information. Alchemy, what do you want to call it? Sun projecting its rays. See, it comes off the arc perpendicular to us, man's arc of horizon. The light comes perpendicular. Ken Wheeler's,
Verizon.
in Ken Wheeler's photographs. You see the
Oh, what a shame it went away.
spots, those bright lights, they represent the equator.
It got noisy.
It's the EMF, created in Earth, electromagnetic force.
No, it's gone
You
quiet
have to-
again.
It's the equator. They have the field flowing.
Terry's
This
fiddling
is
with
the
settings, I think.
potential energy difference
Well,
between
we
the
had
inner
it, and it's
central
gone again.
Yeah,
strong
whatever it was,
vortex
go back.
as opposed to the outer bigger circumference.
Yeah,
Hello,
it's the Windows sound setting.
India, you know, on.
I think something
Found it in
installed
science.
new audio drive.
On.
I bet you had a video
Most
card up
certainly.
and it installed all new audio drivers
Everybody
for
check
some
out the
reason.
cardinoids. Cardinoid.
Yeah, I just changed it in
out those
playback
videos.
in the sound in Windows, and,
No,
and
there's-
then you
look,
were able to
there's-
hear
What's
it.
the black? That's the tropical gap again.
Yeah.
The
Well,
toroidal field
do
will not
that
work
again.
unless it has that
We like
potential
it.
difference.
Were
The two
the,
energy fields. Northern
was it
and
still going
southern.
through to YouTube?
No, it's even in nature.
Yeah,
All over nature.
Well, put
That's
it
what I
back
came up
then.
with.
yeah. I'm-
Looking at anybody else's work. Just figured it all out. It's the tokamak.
We're on the.
You've got the system, but they're only working on this one
Even
side.
if I do that,
This one side here, they don't you send this the Trinity. No, not getting nowhere. All brains and no
can
flipping
you see that now?
Nels. This here is the what I was talking about. And no, it's the sun basically, and the black hole in front of it. The guys, you might have seen this. The guys who did this video, you might have seen on Globebusters. They're onto it. It's the motion of the sun over the air, just like starlings do that. Birds, flock of birds. And they knew way back then. See the centre circle, the southern circle revolves around it.
Silence is this is golden.
Another picture of that sun plasma. It's like that.
There's a song about that.
Yeah, funny that, eh?
That down. Now
So you can hear that.
This is how it works. There's the moon. There's the black hole.
No,
Yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes.
no, we're very grateful.
That is full moon. The sun shining across the black hole, remember? It's full moon. As the sun moves away from it, you start getting some. You start getting waning. Waning. Moon, won't you? But then it comes right down here. It's facing the moon. You start losing the moon. It's waning there. And then the dead opposite, this new moon.
Well, we had a couple of
It's
episodes.
the layers. Comes right around. Figure this out. Just waxing all that. Just in the sky. It's getting easier now.
Scotty in the engine room of the Enterprise.
Can you get that all
What if I did this is not there?
And they're black holes the same size. It's the Trinity. There's a secret.
But we've got some echo going on YouTube.
The Trinity. There it is, everyone.
Yeah, you know, you can go off
It's all stuffed. It's screwed.
I suggest farmers start subbing for Lindsay.
Bob Science Guy.
Nope.
Tommy Dan. Dave Turkey.
I think we should get on person who might have some relationship to.
Again.
Yes, now we can hear Lindsay fine, and the peanuts can't hear anything fine. Because they're getting everything doubled up.
Now we've got sound but no video. There it is.
The full moon right behind the sun.
The globe is screwed. Thanks very much for watching. Don't forget to share. Anything you like too.
Wow.
Well, that was
Let's Lindsay ending anyway.
yeah. That was entertaining.
We have no idea what you've done wrong, Terry, but it really sounded bad.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to sort something out here.
Dear.
Oh, yeah.
mean, it didn't cut off in mid-sentence.
It did, but that's standard operating procedure for Lindsay, isn't it?
Yep. If you didn't do that, we'd be disappointed.
Yeah, in the Windows settings sound, I changed something and it actually got the desktop audio working. But that was to do with voice meter aux or voice meter input, one of them two.
I have a nasty suspicion you had some sort of video driver update or Windows update that reset your hardware bloody audio settings.
Yeah.
That's what
I've used me saved. Yeah, me saved one say that. Doesn't. I'll just put everything to what it was for what I've saved. And that checks out. But if I change something over there, then the sound comes through. Which is weird.
Yeah. Is it working now?
No, we're still getting echoes out on YouTube.
Oh, there's an echo now.
Yeah. You're all crackly, monk.
Which is weird.
I'm getting somebody from Amazon asking me, we got details on this building. I don't know, mate. You're the people in charge. You tell us. This meeting's going to be fun. I can see it coming.
So what are we getting out there now? Are we getting any echoes?
Let me have a listen.
I don't know if I didn't. I just put things back the way they were over in the Windows settings.
Yes. Horrible echo. I was just talking. It's all over bloody shop. Yeah.
Well, I was only in the hardware and sound. That was the only place I touched anything. Speakers is my headset, default communication. And I scroll down through there.
You're feeding twice into OBS, one way or the other. Somehow.
Okay.
Is it just Terry or all of us?
Oh, okay. So now the sound's coming through the desktop audio for some reason. That's why. Is it not coming through the B1?
Off.
No, you know, one or other of them off, Terry, I think.
Yeah, that's why you're getting an echo, because desktop audio. If I mute desktop audio for now, it is coming through B1.
Now let's see if we're echoing, because Dora said it was farmers, not you.
Okay, so not Terry, everybody else echoing, so.
Yeah, it's trying to push it through to desktop audio, which is not what it's supposed to do.
You don't. Sorry, it's not. Sorry, I'm only working on about 40% power today.
Okay, Dora says no echo on me, so
okay, no
clearly
echo on blue.
It's farmers. Yeah.
No echo on blue, no echo on Alan.
It's just farmers.
Just Farmer was.
Is it just me?
Yes, just you.
Let's see if
Just
this check
you,
goes.
just
If
you,
I,
just
if
you,
I was going
just
down
you.
the stair, I met a man who wasn't there.
No echoes at all. Thumbs up.
Very good.
Hey!
All right. All right. Don't touch anything else.
Get your hands away from the computer.
John Rep says, "Stop pushing buttons." Fixed.
Yeah, you'd have to fix it some more.
Oh, dear.
Well, I nearly got the video audio coming through for you guys. Nelly.
The show must go on.
Okay.
Ah. So what do we normally have after Lindsay?
A quiz.
Go, please.
Quiz, please.
Right. One quiz.
Oh, let's do some physics episode 2. We could just stay on the first page, I suppose.
That's pretty much what I stayed for about 10 minutes, I think. I went to the next page and thought, no, stop that. This is far more interesting.
All right. So, Peanuts, let's do some physics. Episode 2.
Make sure it's sending into John Wallace, and don't type it in the. Don't type it in the.
Well, who's joining us just in time for the quiz?
Monk had to come back.
Out. He's come back in.
Okay. He's come back in.
He was having cracklies.
Mm.
Yep.
And then my computer died.
Oh.
Oh, you sound all right now.
Yeah, I was playing around with Banana, and I haven't done anything with it for months and months and months.
Oh, so you played with your banana too?
Oh yeah, I often do.
Yeah. All right, today's quiz is all about electronics. So Alan should have a bit of an advantage here.
Okay, I'll go and make me coffee now.
Yeah, I'm working.
Yeah.
This is just for Alan.
All
then.
right, Peanuts. No, it's not just for Alan. It's for everyone.
Don't forget all the peanuts.
Right.
We've already had.
Oh,
a
the
cheeky
peanuts,
bit-
yeah.
Not some.
Yeah, the Peanuts. We've got some experts out in the
Clive,
Peanuts
Clive
as
is
well.
missing.
You can't say what Clive said. Yeah. All right, so Bob has an AC generator that is powered by batteries. He attaches the output of the AC generator to the input of a properly adjusted oscilloscope. The voltage signal shown in figure 1 appears on the oscilloscope, and that's the voltage signal that he sees on the oscilloscope.
Damn good inverter, isn't it?
Yeah. Which of the following is the best estimate of the frequency of the output voltage of the AC generator? So we want to know the frequency. Is it 20 hertz, 40 hertz, 50 hertz, or 80 hertz? And how would we know?
We do the inverse of the period, which is in this case 25 milliseconds.
Yeah.
So it's 1/25 times 10 to the minus 3.
You're assuming the units.
Yeah, I mean, the period is the length of time for one cycle, right? So if we find out how many of those we can fit in 1 second, that would be the frequency, right?
Mm.
Oh, that was just hidden under my under one of my windows.
So the horizontal on the axis is calibrated in milliseconds, and the period being the length of one cycle, it's clearly 25 milliseconds there, right? How many lots of 25 can we fit into 1,000? I reckon about 40 of them. So, Peanuts, I hope you got that the correct answer was B, 40 hertz. And Charlie got it right.
Grimvondel didn't.
No.
Dora
got it right as well.
Yeah.
A while ago.
Yeah, because I just looked at that and thought, oh, you've got 4 in 100 milliseconds. Times that by 10. Bob Jungle.
Yeah.
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 There you go, yeah. Okay, question 2. Alice tests the transformer. The primary coil of the transformer has 1,200 turns and the secondary coil has 50 turns. The input to the primary coil of the transformer is 240 volts RMS, root mean square. Which of the following is closest to the voltage that will appear across the terminals of the secondary coil of the transformer? The transformer can be considered ideal. In other words, it has no loss. Is it 10 volts RMS, 14 volts RMS, 240 volts RMS, or 5,760 volts RMS? Normally in these sort of multiple choice questions, they include a ridiculous answer. Clearly one of those is a ridiculous answer.
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Several of them are.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So Dora says 1,200 divided by 50 times 200 equals 5,000 volts. But that's not one of the answers, Dora. So that can't be right.
I think we've got step up and step down confused here, Dora.
The secondary having less turns than the primary means it's a step down transformer.
I think she was just like doing a first approximation of 5,000 volts.
She'd got the two the wrong way round.
Yeah.
Yeah, so did I.
But that still doesn't
work out, does it?
That's
Something
Dora,
ain't right.
12 volts, and 12 volts is obviously option E that's somehow dropped off the bottom of the plane.
Yeah, exactly.
Check your math, Dora.
No, it's A plus B over 2. Come on.
It's
Yeah.
it's still
The average of A and B.
It's still 24 to 1 though, isn't it? So,
yes,
hoping.
Dora, check your maths because you'll then get an answer that doesn't equal 12 volts.
Yeah, that's right.
And it'll actually give you an answer that you need to round up ever so slightly.
No, you won't.
No, you won't.
Hang on.
Because 1,200 divided by 50 is indeed 120 divided by 5, which is
24.
12 divided by 0.5, which is 24.
Oh, I was just checking her maths.
oh, it steps down by a ratio of 24. So 240 divided by 24 is 10.
Bingo.
10 volts is the answer. 10 volts RMS.
See, her answer was 50 divided by
Answer A.
1,200 times by 240, which gives you 9.9999999984 volts.
I'm guessing
Only with rounding errors.
Yeah.
Well, with binary precision limitations.
Yeah. Okay, so the correct answer was A for that. All right, part 3. Bob and Alice connect 4 identical diodes to form a full wave bridge rectifier. Bob and Alice need to make sure that the connections between the diodes are correct. Which of the following circuits best shows the correct connections for the diodes so that they will act as a full wave bridge rectifier? Unlike conventional bridge rectifiers, which makes you really think about them, doesn't it?
Oh, Dora's calculator was in octal.
Oh.
Damn it, Dora.
So in a full wave bridge rectifier, of course, the current's got to pass through the load in the same direction each time, no matter which way the AC goes through the bridge rectifier. All right?
I hate you for doing this to me, but there you go.
Yeah. So which one is it, Monk? C.
I answered.
Okay.
There you go.
Dora says C. I'm with Dora.
I ain't got a clue.
I might be agreeing with that answer as well.
You might be in agreement with that answer as well. There's a more conventional diagram of a bridge rectifier.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I recognise.
Yeah. And so if you have a look at that, you'll recognise then that the only correct answer is indeed C. Well done for all of those that got C for that one. Yep. Okay, each diode is mounted on a metal plate to provide cooling with a particular power supply attached. Each diode has a potential difference of 0.7 volts RMS across it and a current of 140 milliamps RMS flowing through it. Each metal plate is capable of dissipating 100 watts per square metre of plate. Each metal plate has to be large enough to dissipate all the heat produced in each diode. Which of the following is the best estimate of the required size of one of the metal plates? How do we go about doing this? Any ideas how you solve this problem?
Well, shall we find the
Yeah.
power generated in the diode?
And how do you do that, Alan?
Well, power equals volts times amps.
Okay.
And as it gives us them in RMS, we can just pretend it's a perfect conversion to power. So that's 0.7 times 140 times 10 to the minus 3.
Yep.
Is going to be pretty much 0.01 watts.
Now divide that by 100.
Sorry?
Mm-hmm.
Oh crap! Yeah, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
I dropped a decimal.
Yeah, indeed, Alan's right. Power times is voltage times current, so 0.7 times 0.14 gives you 0.098, which is in fact close to 0.1, not 0.01, Alan.
Right.
Close to 0.1, but then you've got to divide that by 100 because each 1 square metre can cool 100 watts. And that leaves you with an answer of approximately 0.001 square metres, which is A. Well done. All right. Question 5.
Not a very good
Bob and
heat
Alice
sink, was it?
are constructing a smooth... No, not much, no. Are constructing a smoothed and regulated power supply. They test various parts of their power supply. They set up a circuit shown in Figure 2. So here they've got their bridge rectifier on there to make it into DC, and then they've put a... What is that? It's a diode, right? They put a diode on the end of it. The transformer is an output of 15.2 volts RMS. The resistor R is the load resistor. The characteristics of each of the 4 diodes in the full wave bridge rectifier are shown in Figure 3. So there's the characteristics of the diodes. There's a current of 10 milliamps flowing through the ammeter. They use a multimeter on a DC setting to measure the voltage across the load resistor R in the circuit in Figure 2. Which of the following is the best estimate of the value that will read on the multimeter? Is it 21 volts? Is it 15 volts? Is it 14 volts or 12 volts? What do you have to take into consideration here?
Well, 2 things. Voltage drop across those diode junctions.
Yep.
And the second thing you need to consider is the ratio of RMS to average. Because we're going from AC to DC. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I thought that was why we used RMS. Because
No,
it's equivalent powers.
they're not. The RMS value of a sinusoidal waveform is 0.707 times the peak of the waveform.
Correct.
The average value of that waveform is 0.637 times the peak. There's a 1.1 ratio between RMS and average. And you're measuring average voltage out there.
Oh, this question could be a bit controversial then.
Yeah.
Because
I think it's going to be greatly controversial.
Because I wasn't thinking that complicated when I made it.
Uh-oh, yeah. I may have lapsed back into my double E mode again.
I was just thinking that, of course, the output has to flow through two of the diodes in the bridge rectifier, and each of the diodes has a voltage drop of approximately 0.7 volts across it. Okay, so that's about 1.4 volts that you've got to drop off the 15.2, which gives you 13.8. And the closest answer to that is 14 volts. So the correct answer was C. That's what I was thinking anyway. That's what I was trying to
And Blue
get
came
at.
along and pointed out that it's actually probably
and
D.
made it more complicated than what I was thinking.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah. And designing high voltage DC power supplies for many years, that was really something we had to do. We had to take
It's
that
important.
Yeah.
I guess if you've never actually been designing power supplies, that it's an easy mistake to make, forgetting that, getting that.
Well, I'll tell you another easy mistake to make. That's the voltage form factor. There's also a current form factor.
Yep.
Yes.
And the combined form factor is the product of those two form factors. And everything is pretty straightforward as long as the load is resistive. But now, when you put some nonlinear goofy load on it, those form factors can go crazy.
Let's put a capacitor in there, or an inductor, or both.
Yeah. In a normal resistive circuit, the combined form factor is 1.21. But that's rarely true when you talk about, the real world.
Yeah, because in the real world you have capacitances and inductances, and that makes the current lag or precede the voltage, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got way too complicated with that. Yeah, 14 is a good answer.
Yeah. All right, we'll go with that. Question 6. Bob and Alice then test a capacitor to use as a smoothing capacitor. They connect the circuit shown in figure 4, which is that one there. So they basically just put a capacitor across the output. Okay. With the capacitor initially uncharged and the switch is open, they close the switch and observe the voltage display on the oscilloscope as shown in figure 5. So when they close the switch, the capacitor charges up, and this is the voltage versus time graph that we see. Which of the following is the best estimate of the value of the capacitor? So what do you need to know to calculate this?
Time constant.
Yep. Yeah. So what is a time constant?
Time constant is the literal length of time it takes. It takes that capacitor to reach that RC circuit to reach 63% of its final value.
Yeah.
So if you look on that graph, 63% would be 6.3 volts, and that occurs at about 20 milliseconds.
Yep, it's convenient, that, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I like the way you drew that graph.
It's handy. Yeah,
exactly. That's exactly why that graph was drawn like that.
I kind of thought that might be true.
Yeah, exactly. So the time constant, is you can consider the capacitor to be almost fully charged after about 5 or 6 time constants, but if you realise that after one time constant it's 63%, then that gives you a time constant of 20 milliseconds. and the time constant is calculated just by R times C. So we have 20 milliseconds equals 100 times C, which gives you a capacitance of
200 microfarads.
Yeah, 200 microfarads, yeah. And the correct answer was C for that, yeah. Bob and Alice next connect an extra resistor R as shown in figure 6, which is like that. So they put another resistor in parallel with the first one. And then close the switch and observe the voltage display on the oscilloscope as shown in figure 7. So this time we see the capacitor charge up like this. So what's the value of the resistor? What's changed here?
You cut the time constant in half.
Yeah.
Yes.
And how
Which
would
means
you
we've
be able
cut
to
the
cut...
resistance in half.
Right.
Yeah.
And how do you do that?
Yeah.
When you parallel
So-
two resistors, what's the formula for that?
Yeah.
I should remember this one because we went over it
So
and over it and
when-
over it, and I used to
when-
know, but
1 over R total equals 1 over R1 plus 1 over R2.
there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
R1, R2 over R1 plus R2.
Yeah, you could go through all of that, but the simple thing is that you should know that if you put two identical resistors in parallel, what's the total resistance?
You get half.
Half.
You get half.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah, that's right. That's a simple way of
Sure.
working this one out. So because the resistance is halved, it means you've got the same value capacitor in resistor in parallel. So it has to be another 100 ohm resistor. So the correct answer was B.
Hang on a second, Paul. I'll get The Art of Electronics by Horowitz and Hill out of my drawer.
Yeah, I don't think you need to go that complicated. All right.
Horowitz and Hill is the book that we used at my university. So
Yeah. All right. Bob and Alice then set up the circuit shown in figure 8, which is this one. So it's getting more complicated again. So this time they've got another resistor across the output, a load resistor. All right. So it includes a transformer with an output of 15.2 volts RMS, a full wave bridge rectifier, a 100 microfarad smoothing capacitor, and a 100 ohm load resistor. An oscilloscope is connected across the points L and M, and the input voltage to the transformer has a frequency of 50 hertz. Which of the following best shows the signal that will be observed on the oscilloscope set to DC? Now you get a choice of 4 graphs here. Which one is the best one that it would look like? What do you reckon? And why?
I'm not going to tell you why.
Ah, it's this one because I randomly picked it? Is that your answer,
Yes.
Mark?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. Okay. Anyone got a more logical way of choosing a graph?
Yeah, I think we've already worked out the time constant of this thing, haven't we?
Yep.
And it would, with a 100 ohm resistor there, that time constant would be about 20 milliseconds thereabouts. So when you look at those graphs, I would rule out B and D immediately because that thing does not have enough time, given the frequency of the waveform, to discharge the capacitor all the way to 0. So just throw those two away. Those don't make any sense.
Well, you'd throw D away because the period is
Yes, period's
is
wrong.
Doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Everything's wrong about it. I just did it on I didn't even look at the period. Just looking at the amplitudes enough to tell you that can't happen.
Yep.
A doesn't show a whole lot of ripple, and it's sinusoidal looking, which is rather strange because it's not really what you see.
Yep.
When you hook a load resistor across a circuit like this. So my expectation would be C, but others may have other ideas. I don't know.
Yeah.
That time constant seems to match.
It does. Yeah. If the input has a frequency of 50 hertz, then the output, being a full wave rectified output, will have a period of half that of the input. A 50 hertz input has a period of 20 milliseconds, so we're expecting a 10 millisecond period, which rules out D. And then the time constant is actually about 10 milliseconds, so that leads to C being the correct answer. There you go.
Paul, I used to work
Yep.
with a power supply that had
Yep.
about that amount of voltage ripple.
Yeah, wow.
on 12 on 12 kV.
Yeah.
That's pretty shitty.
Yeah.
What, 2 volts on 12,000 volts?
Yeah, that's not much.
Ripple
Yeah.
on 12,000.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thought you meant the waveform looked like
That's
that.
pretty good.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about A. It was the ripple was very close to looking like A at 2 volts on 12,000.
Yeah. All right. Next one. They next test the Zener diode that they intend to use as a voltage regulator. The current voltage characteristics of the Zener diode are shown in figure 9. So what does a Zener diode do? It looks like and works like a normal diode when you forward bias it, but when you reverse bias it, it has a breakdown voltage at the Zener voltage, which in this case is around about 9 volts reversed biased. So when you put that reverse bias across it, it starts conducting rather than insulating. Which of the following circuits best shows the Zener diode correctly connected to test it as a 9-volt voltage regulator? Which one? So from that description, which one? There are 2 circuits that we can eliminate immediately.
Yes.
Which ones, Monk? And why?
Actually, there's 2 answers to that. A and B I would eliminate immediately because it's forward biased.
Okay. Yep.
Well, I would eliminate B and D immediately because
That's the other thing, because short circuit across the diode.
you just short circuited the diode.
All you're measuring is the voltage of the battery there, right?
Right.
Yeah. So if you're eliminating A, B, and D, that leaves C as the correct answer. Yeah, and pretty much for the reasons that you've said, yes. You've got to have the Zener diode reverse biased, and you've got to have the resistor in series with the Zener diode, not in parallel. Otherwise, all you're doing is measuring the voltage of the battery, not across the diode. Yeah.
And also potentially wrecking the diode.
Yeah, you're going to wreck the diode.
Yeah.
No matter which way you bias it, you're going to wreck it.
Yeah.
Okay, question 10. Bob and Alice now construct the complete circuit for a smoothed, regulated 9-volt DC power supply as shown in figure 10, which is this. So you've got all the bits that we've just gone through are now there. The circuit contains a transformer, a full wave bridge rectifier, a 100 microfarad smoothing capacitor, a 100 ohm resistor, that's resistor A, and a 9-volt Zener diode, and a 1000 ohm load resistor. The output of the circuit is connected to an oscilloscope. Which of the following best describes the function of resistor A in the circuit? So what does resistor A do? Does it limit the total power output? Does it reduce the voltage across the capacitor? Does it protect the capacitor from excessive current through it? Or does it protect the Zener diode from excessive current through it? Which one?
The answer's already there, but
Yeah.
that was
We were just talking about this.
Yeah,
we
without
were,
that.
weren't we? Exactly.
Sorry, Paul. Really sorry.
No, don't be sorry at all, because that's exactly what it's all about. Yeah, it does. It protects the Zener diode from excessive current. Yeah. All right.
But it ruined your surprise. Question.
Yeah. 11. With a load resistor R of 1000 ohms, as shown in figure 10, right, the circuit operates correctly, delivering a smooth DC output of 9 volts. The voltage display on the oscilloscope is shown in figure 11, which you see there. Right, a nice smooth DC voltage of about 9 volts. Right. However, a faulty component causes the circuit to stop operating correctly. Instead of a smooth 9-volt DC signal, the voltage display shown in figure 12 appears on the oscilloscope. So we get this crappy looking voltage coming out of it. So the question is, what's gone wrong? Is it that a diode in the full wave bridge rectifier has failed? Is it because all the diodes in the full wave bridge rectifier have stopped conducting current? Is it a resistor A has stopped conducting current? Or is it the capacitor has failed? Which one of those do you think is the answer?
See what the peanuts think.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, Dora.
I think it's that one.
Wait.
The repair process might well be to the other
Wait
one.
a minute. What was the period of this?
I'm with Dora on this one.
Yeah, I'm starting to think I am too. What was the period of this damn thing again? I forgot.
50 hertz.
50 hertz.
So 20 milliseconds.
Going into it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Dora.
Okay, Blue's changed his answer. Alrighty. The period of the output waveform is 20 milliseconds, indicating that there is only half-wave rectification. This means that one of the diodes in the bridge rectifier is faulty. Well done. You are correct. It is A, is the correct answer.
So you didn't get that one wrong, Dora. Blue did.
No, you got it right.
I'd probably just change all 4 diodes out of...
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blue forgot to look at the damn period.
Because if you're going you're going to bugger up the others anyway at some point.
Yeah.
But the waveform itself kind of indicated that we were only getting half the peaks in that we should have been.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, last question. The faulty component is replaced and the output now operates correctly as shown in figure 11. The 1000 ohm resistor is now replaced with a 100 ohm resistor and the output voltage drops below the required value of 9 volts. Which of the following is the most likely cause for this? Is it the voltage drop across the diodes has increased? Is it the voltage drop across the capacitor has increased? Or is it that the output voltage of the transformer has decreased? Or is it that the voltage drop across resistor A has become too high? What do you think?
Resistor A is the one in series with the...
Yep.
Right.
Got to think that as the current through resistor A increases, then the voltage drop across that resistor will also increase.
Yes, it will.
Which will subtract from the available voltage elsewhere. So the correct answer for that was in fact D. And there you go. There was a little bit of electronics for you tonight. I hope you enjoyed that. There you go.
I'm very glad that the questions weren't about the inductive side of things because I never got my head around that.
And next week we'll be doing tensor calculus and Einstein's relationships. No, we won't.
Oh, I won't be here next week then.
No, Paul's probably going to have some nice mechanics for us next week, isn't he?
Yeah, a bit of simple mechanics would go down all right.
I've seen what you call simple.
Yeah.
Oh, this stuff that we've been doing over the last 2 weeks has been typically about senior high school level, or first year undergrad type stuff. You would be expected
What
to
about
know
primary
this kind
school?
of stuff.
I probably manage primary school.
Primary school stuff in electronics would be like, can you connect up this light bulb, switch, and battery and make it glow?
Oh my god! Don't get me into that. It brings up bad memories of Veritasium's recent kerfluffle.
Yeah. Don't worry, we do that experiment sometimes, and students come and they connect the light bulb up directly across the battery, and it glows. And then they also connect the switch directly across the battery. When the switch is off, the light bulb glows, and when the switch is on, the light bulb
The battery
does not glow.
explodes.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it gets hot, sir.
There's smoke leaking out of my switch. I don't know why.
Yeah. Oh, I had a problem with a system that I was working with because the back EMF of the relay coil was so big, it was welding the
The contact's closed.
there was a magnetic sensor switch in there, and yeah, it was welding those contacts shut.
Yeah.
When I finally put it on the oscilloscope with a 100-to-1 probe, it turned out that the back EMF of the relay coil was over 1200 volts.
Yeah.
I was careful about the big DC motor I was working with. Completely forgot about the relay coil.
So this is why I loved solid state relays.
Hey, the client wanted simple.
Oh, I mean, they're a bit more expensive, but do a much better job.
In the end, he just changed it to big beefy micro switch. I can.
Oh, was I muted?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
you were.
I was wondering what was going on. Thought, oh no, what's broke now? Can we play a video?
I hope so.
I was just checking
Only
over
one
in
way to
my,
find out.
I was just checking over in
Yeah.
the OBS, maybe Alan, it could have changed by itself too, because depending on what feed it was getting.
I have noticed that because I noticed your headset was in the drivers twice, and that sounds like for some reason the whole thing got reinstalled,
Yeah.
and that will bugger everything up because Windows really loves installing new audio drivers.
Yeah, but it only happened since the other day when I fiddled with the banana. Hasn't been a lot of videos out lately. Isaac Butterfield brought out Worst Place to Live in Australia.
Yeah, that's quite funny. But there's an awful lot of Isaac's usual language.
Yeah, exactly.
At least he didn't mention Wollongong.
Anton brought out a couple
Lazy.
there. Magical, Planar Walk, Brainy, Cricky, Blinder again. Wolfie, the sun was active today. Solar prominences seen with a hydrogen something. Can't read that.
What's our wonderful person been doing?
He's done a couple. He did one. Time travel may be possible without major paradoxes.
Just minor one.
We can time travel without any paradoxes. So we won't have the grandfather paradox.
He does address the grandfather paradox in there somewhat, but I don't like his conclusions.
Oh, okay.
Time travel's one of my bugbears.
I watched a bit of Mikey Smith with MC Toon this afternoon, or today.
Was it a dumpster fire?
No, not really. MC Toon's pretty sedate with his debates.
Yeah, well, some of the people he has on.
In the hour and 43 minutes of it that I watched, Mikey was getting more and more upset. And Toon wasn't even provoking it.
No. We are going to asteroid Apophis after all. That's what Anton's saying. Sean Hawkins drops a few videos. Fight the Flat Earth. What's that one? 32 minutes. Gandalf the Grey. That's not Ross, is it?
So instead of space comma, it'll be space apophistry.
I'm only at, what is that, John? I'm only around press play. What's that? Pause and stop.
And another one that didn't come through for me.
Flat Earther debunks the moon. Everett Anderson. Goes for 3 minutes. That one. I'll grab that one. Okay, it only goes for 3 minutes. And you can't hear that, so that's terrible. Terraforming Venus using modern technology. New interesting propulsion. I don't think we missed anything from last week, did we? Or last Saturday.
Don't think so.
Yeah. There hasn't been a lot in the last couple of days. What happened to Tinfoil Tuesday? Where's... Okay.
I'm sure he did a tinfoil Tuesday.
No, so numerologist gets caught out. That could be
I
that
think
one.
that's the one.
That could be that one.
Oh dear.
Oh, pause that. Alright, now which Anton one? Oh, Flat Earth Hidden Lands. It's usually short. 4 minutes. Oh, I'll get an Anton one. So the time travel one?
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
I did have it, now I've lost it again.
I mean, if time travel is possible, how come no one from the future hasn't visited us yet?
If it was possible, yeah.
Maybe they have and we just don't know it.
There we go. That's Anton.
Or maybe time travel is only possible to the start of the first time travel machine.
Yeah, the time travel machine hasn't been invented yet, see?
Maybe time travel will only allow you to go forwards.
Yeah, but we've already got that sorted out. We just need to break the 1 second per second barrier.
True.
Oh, the Venus video. A couple of them are wanting that one too. The Venus one.
Yeah, the terraforming Venus.
Where's that one?
If I remember rightly, doesn't Venus not have a magnetic thingy? Or was that Mars?
It could be both. Mars definitely doesn't.
Okay. They both go for 12 minutes, roughly 13 minutes. I've got time for both.
I'm sorry, Terry, I'm going to have to bugger off, mate. I'm not feeling very good at the minute.
Yeah, okay. I'll have to sit down and work out what's going wrong with all these sound things.
I think I tried thinking too hard with Paul's quiz to be honest.
Yeah, I'll try to catch you tomorrow.
I've hurt your brain, have I, Alan?
Oddly enough, I was at the pain management clinic yesterday and the doctor's taken me off one of the medications because it can really fuck with your cognitive reasoning skills. And I've already got ME, which already does that. So he's going to have a go at taking me off that, see if it helps a little bit.
Okay. Well, I won't get you to help me with anything till you're ready.
I can't do it tonight.
No, I didn't say tonight. I meant till you're ready.
Yeah, I might try contacting you like tomorrow morning.
Yeah, when you're ready, Alan. When you're ready.
But yeah, that's not necessarily a conversation for right this second. So I should catch you later, guys. Take
Righto,
care.
Alan.
See you, Alan. Look after yourself.
Okay. Right, now, it's a shame I can't give you the sound for now. The peanuts will hear it, I hope. see how that goes. Yeah, I'm getting feedback through there even. I shouldn't. Yeah, I think the settings are changed in OBS as well.
Watching and finally kind of understanding Dark, the Netflix TV show about time travel. And honestly, it has been absolutely mind-blowing. This is probably the best piece of fiction, any kind of fiction, in regards to time travel ever produced. The TV show is so complex that it literally required me to take notes in order to figure out what's actually happening and to understand the time progression in the story. But we're not going to talk about Dark, even though if you enjoy time travel, you should definitely watch it. Although make sure to bring a lot of paper to take notes. Today we are going to talk about time travel. Hello, and today we're discussing this study that tries to answer the question, is time travel actually possible? With the short answer is being maybe. But I want to briefly discuss
Yeah, we're back to echoing
and also talk about some of the other understanding and also talk a little more about other understanding we have in regards to time travel phenomena when it comes to actual scientific concepts. But I guess let's look at history. And before Dark came along and blew everyone's minds, the previous piece of fiction that was able to achieve the same was the iconic H.G. Wells's novel Time Machine, published back in 1895 and becoming an iconic story involving scientific time travel. But naturally, this is not the first time someone talked about time travel as a concept. As a matter of fact, there are quite a lot of different legends, a lot of different stories, and various other publications even before this that dealt with the time travel phenomenon to some extent. For example, the biggest one in Asia has to be the Chinese novel A Supplement to the Journey to the West. Written sometimes in the 1600s, this was a story of the Monkey King using various magical mirrors to travel to different locations and to also different points in time. But even before this, there are actual stories from thousands of years ago, for example from the Jewish tradition of the 1st century BC, such as the story of Honi Hamegel, a story of a scholar who fell asleep and woke up 70 years later, returning to a place where completely new people lived and nobody knew who he was. And it's actually a pretty common legend/myth in a lot of different ancient stories and a lot of ancient legends, this idea of falling asleep and waking up to a completely different world. This story naturally made its way to America as well, with the famous Rip Van Winkle by Washington Irving, written back in 1819. Once again, similar story, similar idea. Which naturally shows you that we had this idea of time travel and the fascination with time travel for a pretty long time. But it's really in the last few hundred years or so, and specifically in the last few decades, that this idea became more serious and became an actual scientific curiosity. And especially so after 1905, when Einstein proposed the idea of time dilation. The idea that you can literally change time by traveling at a different speed, and further solidified by the English astrophysicist Sir Arthur Eddington you see right here, who proposed the idea of arrow of time. The concept that's also related to the concept of entropy, meaning that the time seems to be forced to flow in a single direction. Then in 1935, Nathan Rosen and Albert Einstein made a proposition that in certain situations, it's possible to actually connect two different points in space-time, in essence creating what we would refer to as a wormhole, a connection between the past and the future. Later on, in 1992, the iconic Stephen Hawking makes a different kind of a suggestion. Based on his understanding and studies of black holes, he suggests that time travel might actually be impossible, at least when it comes to time travel to the past. And to prove his point further, back in 2009, he held a highly publicized party known as the Time Party, a party to which only time travelers were invited. But the party that we all found out about and that was widely publicized only after it happened. To some extent proving his point, because nobody showed up to his party. So either time travel was impossible, or none of the time travelers wanted to go to the party to begin with. But despite Stephen Hawking ideas, there are still some scientific ideas and some scientific theories that do suggest time travel could be possible, at least to some extent. For example, we can definitely travel to the future, and we can travel to the future at different time frames. Today this is referred to as the famous time dilation, and this has been tested many times. As a matter of fact, right now, your head is experiencing time at slightly different time frame than your feet, and that's because due to gravity, the time at your feet flows slightly differently from the time where your head is. Now, I guess unless you're sort of lying flat horizontally, but even in that case, there is still a slight difference. And this machine that you see right here has recently proven this particular phenomenon at a distance of just a single millimeter, with the paper right here explaining the details. And so in some sense, even our body parts are sort of time traveling based on the amount of acceleration they're receiving. But obviously we're talking about extremely minute changes here, with numbers so small that we can't even comprehend them. But some dilation is quite useful to us, especially when it comes to satellite technology, and some other dilation is quite obviously detectable. For example, everything that happens inside a typical particle accelerator, such as the Large Hadron Collider, would experience tremendously powerful time dilation effects. For example, for a single proton traveling inside the particle accelerator, 1 second would be equal to roughly around 11 months for us, which obviously allows certain particles that only exist for a fraction of a second to exist much longer. And so obviously this presents an opportunity for us to possibly travel to the future by, for example, building something with extremely powerful acceleration or extremely powerful gravity, and by using this to sort of time dilate into the future. That's of course one of the biggest premises in the movie Interstellar, where by being next to an extremely powerful and fast-spinning black hole, the time dilation causes the astronauts to then find themselves years and years in the future. But what about traveling back in time? Well, that's where the story gets a little bit more complicated. Now obviously wormholes previously proposed by Einstein do present a potential opportunity to travel back in space-time, but at the moment they only exist theoretically and have never been seen anywhere in the universe. So is there any other way for us to somehow move back in time, and is it even possible? Well, mathematically it seems to be okay. For example, by changing Einsteinian formulas, it could become possible to prove that faster than light travel would result in traveling back in time. But this would violate several laws of physics, such as nothing can travel faster than light. On top of this, building any kind of a wormhole or any other way for us to travel through space-time backwards would also require some kind of exotic matter, for example, negative energy. And today it's only believed to exist in theory, and unfortunately is not something we can actually produce, or something that we even understand that well. Now it's believed that dark energy might be negative energy, but it's still not known. But the better question is, would the universe even allow us to travel back in time? Is it physically possible? This is where we come to the idea of paradoxes, specifically temporal paradox. Different logical explanations for why any kind of a time travel could actually result in some kind of a problematic outcome. For example, by changing the past, you would somehow change the future, with the famous grandfather paradox being the best example. If you travel back in time and kill your own grandfather, would you actually ever be born? And a very big misconception about the idea of paradox in physics is that it's something we can create. In other words, you could create the idea of grandfather paradox. But in physics, a paradox means something cannot exist. If there's a contradiction, it just means that it's impossible. And so just the fact that grandfather paradox is even a possibility is one of the main reasons why back in the days Stephen Hawking proposed that going back in time would probably be impossible. He even wrote a paper about it called Chronology Protection Conjecture, written back in 1992. But the most recent study that is also in the description below sort of resolves this to some extent. It sort of gets rid of the paradoxes involved in time travel by introducing the concepts from quantum physics. The concepts that suggest, well, in theory, you could go back in time, as long as there are multiple timelines and multiple histories. The concept often referred to as the many worlds interpretation, with the famous Schrodinger's cat experiment being a good example. In this case, the cat is both dead and alive depending on the timeline. Which also means that once you travel in time, it's very unlikely you're ever going to come back to the same timeline or the same present. In other words, time travel in this case would also be a kind of a multi-world travel going from one location to the other. Going from a single universe to a completely different universe. And it also means that in that new timeline, you're basically allowed to do absolutely anything, including killing your own grandfather, which would only affect this new timeline and not your previous timeline you came from. And so that's sort of one of the potential resolutions to the so-called grandfather paradox. With the idea in this case, to some extent combining both Einsteinian ideas of time travel with the ideas from quantum physics. But naturally, all of this is still extremely theoretical, and we're not even remotely close to ever trying to prove any of this or even seeing this in action. And so unlike time dilation that we can physically prove, in this case time travel is not something we can prove anytime soon. And so at least for now, this is where we're going to sort of end the story. Once we learn something else, or once we discover some kind of a wormhole, or possibly another universe, I'll make sure to follow this up with another video. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe if you still haven't, share this with someone who loves to learn about space and sciences, and maybe come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support the channel on Patreon by joining channel membership, or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Then I can put our microphone back on. Right. Peanuts should be able to hear us now.
I both agree and disagree with Gary. How's that?
Ellie's going, you can't go back in time and there are not, well, there's no multiverses. Okay.
So I agree that you can't go back in time, but I disagree that, well, I don't agree that there are not multiverses because I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think we have sufficient information to make that determination.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, that one.
I would agree
But this
that
whole... Sorry, go ahead.
I would agree that Gary is both an idiot and not an idiot until you talk to him.
He's treading as an idiot.
You had Brian on your show today there, Blue.
Yeah, had Brian in there for 3 hours, 4 hours, I guess. Crazy.
Yeah, I came in at the wrong end, so I missed it. I missed any of the earlier conversations.
Yeah, that's the longest live stream I've ever done. It went over 5 hours and 20 minutes, I think. Jeez.
Okay, we haven't got time for that one. What else have we got?
So this whole idea of branching timelines kind of annoys me in a way. I've always wondered, where does all the energy come from to provide the mass and energy for the new universe you've just created?
Yeah, the way you can go back
to the many worlds interpretation as well, because now we're talking about new universes being spawned by quantum level events. So screw that.
Okay. Flat Earther debunks the moon. And then we'll finish off with Cyber.
Press play, Terry. And don't forget to mute us.
Yeah, don't forget. Okay, mute up.
One of the things that has crossed my path in recent months is this flat Earth phenomenon.
How unfortunate!
So I'm uncertain exactly how everything operates on this model.
I've never heard of such a brutal and shocking injustice that I cared so little about. Next witness!
But in this video, I'm going to talk about the moon. What we are taught is that the moon is basically reflects the sun's light, and no one ever questions that. We just trust that the scientists have, they figured it out. And they've told us, and we trust them because they're authorities.
Oh Lord, that's horrible!
Also not seeing the video out on the stream.
The moonlight, it gives off cold light.
Hi, I'm Earth. Have we met?
Has been repeated on video many, many times by different people. You can just look it up on YouTube. Does the moon give off cold light or cool light?
If it's on the internet, it must be true!
Areas in moonlight are consistently colder than in the shade, without exception.
I'm getting too old for this shit.
So this basically defies all laws of known physics.
Oh my God, I am surrounded by idiots.
In fact, we're told that the surface of the moon gets over 200 degrees Fahrenheit after being exposed to the sun after so long. So clearly, it's a fabrication. Nothing that gets that warm is going to return cold light to the Earth.
This can't be happening.
It can, and for all you know, it is.
What's even more interesting is that the stars are visible through the moon.
That doesn't seem likely.
On March 7th, 1794, 4 astronomers, 3 in Norwich and 1 in London, wrote in the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Astronomical Society that they saw a star in the dark part of the moon.
I'm sold. I'm sold. I'm sold.
So given this fact, you can see stars through the moon, that it gives off cold light. It's certainly not something that anyone landed on.
I'm not going to listen to this baloney. He won't, you know. He doesn't stand for baloney.
So now the whole manufactured paradigm crumbles. And anything that we've been told or shown from government-sponsored programs, it must be discarded.
Detecting trace amounts of mental activity. Possibly a dead weasel or a cartoon viewer.
Yeah, he did. But clearly we can't have gone to the moon because it's so cold up there. It has to be cold because otherwise it would be producing hot light, and it doesn't produce hot light. Yeah, I wish the whole cold moonlight thing would just go away. We all know it's bullshit, but they keep harping on it. Remember when they were, oh god, a few years ago now, talking about how it's bullshit.
Gee.
I was looking at Earthstone today.
Really?
A few days after a new moon, and you can see the whole face of the moon, very, very dim, of course, which wouldn't be possible if it wasn't getting illuminated by something. And gee, I wonder what that was.
I didn't have a clear enough sky today to see if there was the moon.
It was like crystal up here, so yeah, it was lovely.
I mean, light can be used to cool down things, but it relies on the fact that that light actually carries energy. It's not cold light.
It amazes me some of these terminologies these flurfers come up with.
Yeah.
Well, I'll finish off on Simon.
And clearly, you know, if it's cold light, it must be made of antiphotons.
Yeah.
Except photons are their own antiparticles, so that doesn't work.
Oh dear.
Like so much more in Flat Earth.
Okay. Stop share for a sec. And get the right one. Yeah, that one. The right one. Alright, mute up.
Sports, who was taking a look at the works of NASA and trying to debunk them using the hidden messages in words and numbers. Here's a short clip to refresh your memory.
But again, Mars and Moon with the gematria overlap. The other thing to think about with Mars is it is the god of war. And
do you know what else equals 201? Gematria Effect Sports is not a good channel. Of course, That is in the reverse full redaction cipher, but obviously still counts. Now just imagine the disappointment that washed over me when I realised that Gematria is Guff and Beans was just 1 over at 202. And he didn't take it too well. There's a story to tell here, so stay tuned, people. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Tinfoil Tuesday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Right, back to today's video where Gematria legend Zach Hubbard is responding to my video on him. But before we look at that, a quick story. After I released the initial video on Zach, he went on multiple YouTube rants, calling me out for debates and basically denouncing my name as mud. He and his followers gave me a load of abuse on Twitter until on the 4th of April, he tweeted this. Notice that hashtag SimonDan shut the F up. At SimonDan, I see you scared little bitch. Now, I've seen my fair share of goading in my time, and as usual, I wasn't going to rise to it. So this was my response to him, as well as the following responses from Zach. SimonDan, petrified matey, seriously shaking in my boots. Gematria Effect News. Then let's debate, so your legions of sheep can see what an ignoramus you are. SimonDan, debate what? Whether or not the number 64 equals a sausage? Gematria Effect News. Exactly, you've got no balls and likely no sausage. You're just another guy pushing mainstream lies who apparently doesn't mind getting plugged in their ass. God forbid you stupid up to tyranny and deceit like a man. Now, obviously this is par for the course when talking to these types of people. They go straight in for the insults and I of course have got no intention of debating him whatsoever. Now later that evening, Conspiracy Cats jumped on Twitter and he replied to our friend with this. I'll debate you, no problem. I thought yes. So I offered my channel up as a place to host the debate and it appeared that Zach accepted. SimonDan, I offer up my channel as the forum. Gematria Effect News. Yes. I accept. Right. You can choose the time and date too. Conspiracy Cats. Cool. I look forward to it. I'll let Dan suggest some dates and times and we can pick the ones that suit. I merely had to look for a decent date and time when we could host the debate on my channel and then we could sort it all out. Now, anyone who's ever contacted me to do anything knows that I am terrible at sorting this sort of stuff out. And to be honest, I hadn't even looked yet at a decent time or date to host the debate when Zach tweeted this on April the 6th. It's been over 24 hours since I accepted SimonDan's offer to debate on his channel, but he hasn't answered my question, what date and what time? SimonDan, did your handlers tell you to abort to save face? I hope not. Now, of course, I hadn't sorted anything yet. I'd been busy, so I replied with this. Buddy, as I said, I'm married with 3 kids, and I run a busy YouTube channel, and I'm training for a 120-kilometre ultramarathon. I tell anyone who wants to know. Give me a chance. Can you email me at simondan@gmail.com and we'll get Cats in the email and sort it? Thank you. From all of this, it is quite clear that the debate was arranged between Zach and Cats. We started an email exchange and Zach and Cats even came up with a title for the debate independently. And then one day later, Zach releases this. A little preview of why SimonDan is going to lose the debate. Be sure to study up SimonDan. SimonDan, I'm not debating. Cats is. As you can see, I tried to clear things up there, but Zach seems convinced that the debate was with me. Later on that day, he tweets this. Is the universe calling out SimonDan? He runs the London Half Marathon in 2:01. Hear him tell you around 8:40 in. I find it funny this is the upload on the day of him dropping out of the debate. SimonDan, Gematria channel, RunManDan. I mean, what's going on here? Obviously, I can't drop out of a debate that was never in the first place. A day later, and this is his tweet. SimonDan, you lied to your audience about the relevance of Gematria. Thus, the burden is for you to debate the person you attacked. Unless you have no integrity, which is how it appears, Conspiracy Cats has a puny audience and didn't start the fight. Poor old Cats and his puny audience. So basically, this is the character of the man that we're talking about here. Not really that nice, is he? Right, now we've got that little interlude out of the way, let's get on with his video response, shall we? Away we go.
Welcome back, Truth Seeker. We're going to take a brief moment to listen to the twat SimonDan lie about the significance of Gematria to his legions of lemmings and sheeple.
That's what he's calling all of you, by the way. Oh, and starting a video with "Welcome back, Truth Seekers" isn't a red flag at all, is it?
And then we're going to expose him for the fraud and the fool he is. So first, a brief clip from SimonDan.
Because under all of it, gematria is just nonsense. It means nothing, and you cannot make any assertions off the back of it.
Okay, so a completely false statement that we've proven false for 9 years straight every single day, and realize he uploaded this rubbish on March 29th, the same day in the United States that Joe Biden passed the Emmett Till-inspired anti-lynching bill. And what I'm going to show you is how sick of a joke this is connected to both Biden and Obama. Of course, Obama was president when Biden was vice president, when they had the Attorney General Loretta Lynch.
Here we go, everyone. Hold on to your hats.
And understand, this is nothing unique. This is what goes on every single day. It's why I've been able to produce new content every single day, exposing the federal government, the British government.
Not hard.
And so many of the governments of the world. Again, even though this code is rooted in English, understand English is the language of the world. It's the world that's taught and learned worldwide. And again, all you have to do is learn the knowledge and apply it, and you'll see that what I'm saying is absolute fact, undeniably.
Well, that remains to be seen.
So, Biden signs the Emmett Till-inspired anti-lynching bill on March 29th, 129 days after his November 20th birthday. What does Emmett Till equal in gematria? 129. Why do they do this? Because they are Kabbalists.
What does following Judaism have anything to do with this? And okay, but you just used the name Emmett Till. Why not use the name of the whole act? Oh yeah, because it messes up your numbers. As I said before, manipulation.
Kabbalah states in its Book of Formation on the opening page, God created the world with numbers, letters, and words. And like most people in the world, I had no idea about any of this until I looked into it, realizing that numerical rituals were clearly being performed in plain sight. This was made most obvious on September 11th, 2001. But after looking into this, I learned the code from Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teachings of All Ages. And again, for 9 years straight, every day I've been exposing the federal government, other governments of the world, news media, rig sports, predicting countless things before they've happened. I would wager that nobody has a better resume in the history of the world of accurate predictions than I do. And
humble fella, isn't he? I wonder what the ratio is between how many he gets right and how many he gets wrong.
Again, if you think I'm wrong about that, you better look into the resume. Anyhow, not only was it 129 days after Biden's birthday, it was also 129 days to Obama's upcoming birthday.
Bingo. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to manipulation. In the last section, you referenced Biden's birthday and you had the first date, November the 20th, included in your count. But you had the second date, 29th of March, up to, but not including. This is where you get the 129 days. Now, as you move on to Obama, you include both the dates you are referencing. You manipulated the result to get 129 each time. Dear oh dear, Zach. Caught out there, aren't you?
And keep in mind this was signed off on 29/3, where the number 293 is the 62nd prime and the word lynch equals 62.
But hang on, in America, don't you say the month first? Pretty sure that's the case. So it should be 329 then, shouldn't it? And that's not a prime number. However, 329 is also the true tales of Dr. Peel and friends. Interesting. Very interesting.
And guess how old Loretta Lynch is when this ritual is performed? Again, Loretta Lynch was the Attorney General for Obama and Biden, and she is 62 years old at the time of this. Again, every single day, rituals just like this are performed. I put out this knowledge to expose the tyranny and the evil and the deceit and the rituals that are meant to divide us and tear us apart and put us in fear and exploit us. That's why I do this work. Science Man Dan is a twat who gets on here and makes fun of people because, I don't know, probably for much of his life, he was made fun of. So now he feels like he's some, I don't know. He's making up for what happened to him in his childhood.
Ah, you got me, buddy. You got me. How can I come back from that?
Anyway, Science Man Dan, if you have a pair, we'll debate. If not, you're just another fucking spineless coward who should learn to shut the fuck up. You and Ozzie can have a nice life together. Won't even get into all the men I've ever met that are single and have a cat in their house. It's a whole other subject.
That it may be, but I'm married. But anyway, there we go. That was Zach's response, just to wheel out more nonsense. Well, after that, just so you'll leave me alone and we can get this all wrapped up, I will debate you, Zach. And kindly, Conspiracy Cats has offered his channel as the platform. So, you know my email. Well, there we are. I bet you weren't expecting that, were you? I wonder if he responds. Well, for now, we are all done and dusted for another Tinfoil Tuesday. Thank you so much for watching today. It truly is appreciated. If you really did enjoy it, please do consider subscribing for more of the same. And if you really enjoyed it, of course, hit that like button as well. Thank you very much. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great week, and I'll see you on Friday for the Flat Earth Friday King himself, Mr. Level Earth Observer. See you then.
I'm not enjoying this tonight. We can't have the right audio. Gotta mute all that.
Well, especially when I'm listening to this thing on a 30-second delay in the live stream.
Yeah, settings
Does make it hard.
Screwed up somewhere. I'd like to sit around and see if I can play with it, to see if I can get it back a bit. Because that seems to be the clue, getting the audio back to us. And that's from OBS. So if anyone wants to still hang around on here while I have a bit of a thing with it or not, play with it or not, well, if not, I'll just end it. Farmer said too many phone calls. You're not on the phone now, Farmer? He might be. Seems to be a good debate going on out in the peanut gallery.
I wouldn't call it good. Gary's involved.
Oh, okay. Just saying you can't show something, or this doesn't work, or that's not addressing it. It can't work.
But he never
it can't
does.
exist. Yeah, all that sort of.
It can't.
It can't. Yeah.
Nah, Gary won't even ask the right question.
Yeah.
The question
Let alone answer a simple question.
Yeah, the question is not Coriolis. The question is whether the Earth rotates. If the Earth is rotating, Coriolis is a necessity. It cannot not exist. It has to exist. If you're going to maintain the Earth is stationary, then shut the fuck up about Coriolis. There would be no Coriolis force on a stationary Earth, Gary. You idiot. And that's my tirade for the day.
Yeah. Yes, they claim that they can't measure the rotation of the Earth. Meanwhile, science proceeds to measure it to an accuracy of 3 parts in 1 billion.
Funny how it always works out, huh?
Yeah.
There are so many ways you can measure it.
Yep.
Okay, we've still got sound coming through there. I'll play a video and see what happens. Where are I? Where's that other one?
Back in 1961, the iconic Carl Sagan wrote a very interesting scholarly article.
So you just can't hear that. Okay.
Oop.
And I've got it going.
Suggesting that we can...
Okay. So it's not coming out there either, so... Interesting.
Yeah, I can hear Anton out on the YouTube feed.
You can still hear Anton out there.
Yeah, and it was clear. It wasn't doubled up like it was before.
Okay.
It was just a short 5-second clip though.
Oh. Interesting.
Oh. And again 30 seconds away.
Yeah. Well, I've got the live feed here of it, so I can't really tell.
Oh, and then I was doubled up.
Okay.
can actually terraform.
Oh, okay, it's still coming through B1. So somewhere, it must be somewhere else then. Or if I got B1s wrong, I have to check that. See what that says. And so it says auxiliary output. And does that have to match Zoom? Because Zoom's output is just voice meter output and voice meter input. Okay, I'll just put it as output and see what happens. Right, I'm still getting heard out there. Now what happens when I play a video? Okay, so it's not playing back through me. Yeah, that's what I'm looking. That's what I'm trying to find. No, they should be able to hear me out there.
I'll tell you what. I'll just join in here.
Oh, okay. User coming through desktop audio, so that's not right.
Well, I'm in Discord.
Oh, you over in Discord, are you?
I'm not going to keep coming in and dropping out the bloody Zoom because I've got phone calls and things all over the place, so I'll chime in from the peanut in here.
Okay. You were confusing me then for a minute because I was trying to figure out because you're coming through desktop audio, which you're not supposed to be.
No, the problem was I'd just come back in, and then I remembered that I'd had to stop the phone call before my meeting, so I had to phone him back. I asked him on the phone to him. Somebody else is trying to get me on Microsoft Team for a phone call, and it's just like, just go away, I'm on YouTube. Oh shit, yeah, I was supposed to be working.
Okay, I'll try that and see what it does. I'm getting a little bit of feedback from audio there, which I shouldn't.
Somewhat similar to planet Earth in a lot of different properties. This is practically our sister planet. It's just a little bit smaller and a little bit less massive and a little bit less dense. But in theory, it actually is very Earth-like, it's very terrestrial. With one obvious exception being the conditions on the surface.
Yeah, the only
just
way
way
you
more
can
hot,
hear it
way more extreme, and possessing a lot of anomalies. For example, here the wind speed is really high, yet the planetary rotation is extremely slow. And so a single day
It's
on
one of those
Venus
afternoons.
is actually long.
There's always Saturday morning.
Alan said he's going to let me know when he can help me out with this.
It's a matter of finding the right settings, isn't it?
Well, actually,
Somewhere.
I've got you coming through where you're supposed to be over there in Voicemeeter now, for some reason. So I'll leave that.
Alright.
I'll leave that setting because that's you're coming through the feed and through the right one over there. Okay, stop sharing.
Is that because he was talking in Discord?
Yeah, I think the Discord one, when Farmer Talks, comes through over on the auxiliary side. But I've got the setting for... here we go. Where are we? So if I change it...
Do you want to share what you're doing, Terry? Just with us?
Yeah, I think I can. Just minimise that. I have to share the whole screen because I can't just share individuals. I mean, I could, but...
There's multiple places we need to be.
Yeah, that's not going to work that way. But I can still open up stuff like that, so that way you see what I'm doing.
Yep.
So when Farmer talks, can you see me mouse?
Yes.
Oh, okay. When Farmer talks, he comes up in the auxiliary, which is what usually where the sound comes in from when I'm not in Zoom.
Yeah, that's the Discord going through that side.
Yeah, but user not meant to be coming through desktop audio over here in OBS. You come through up the top here. So that's not right. Yeah. This looks this is pretty normal. I screen saved all the settings for this, and plus we set that back to that one. There's only two choices. There's WDM, and there's no other choice for the microphone down here. It's only that one or that one. WDM or MME, and I can't remember which one it was. I didn't screenshot that, but that matches over here. Okay. Right. And the rest... okay, so for us...
Yep.
It's got Voicemeeter output, which I don't think is the right one. B1. Dialogue, what's the dialogue? Oh, here. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if I can drag it down here. You mean down here? Do you want the properties window open, or do you want that closed? Oh, up here, yeah. And over here. Yeah, down here.
So,
now talk.
So, yeah, looks like I'm coming out through the desktop audio, which is weird.
Which is not supposed to be. It's supposed to be just that's only for videos through YouTube. That one.
Yep.
So I've got the wrong out. You're not meant to be coming through there. You're only meant to be coming through that one.
And I'm not coming out through that one, which looks like it's hooked up to B2.
Yeah, B2 is not meant to be used. That was a mistake, that one. That was so I just left it for now. That one just gets muted. I don't touch that one. Yeah, that one B1 works for mic audio, and desktop audio is YouTube video.
Except that's also where we're coming up for some reason.
Yeah, which you're not supposed to be. So for B1, shouldn't be the same as desktop audio. So we've got voice meter output for mic, and we've got voice meter input. Oh, output and input. You can't have output and input.
So desktop audio is not desktop audio, it's voice meter input.
Yeah. Because it's going in, not out. Because you're coming into it.
Yeah, I always get confused by the way they label shit.
Yeah, back to front. So if I play the video,
longer than a single year on Venus.
now you can see,
and that's because the planet's source spins in the opposite direction of every other planet. In short, it's actually because of the extremely powerful winds on the surface that made the planet spin in the opposite direction. Would all of this very likely being a result of being a little bit too close to the sun, but also having extremely thick atmosphere?
Yeah, except
and so because of this, terraforming Venus has always been more in the realm of science fiction than actual science. But many scientists believe that, in terms of the actual ability to terraform something, if we were to terraform any planet, it should be really Venus and nothing else. But in order to achieve a terraformed planet in case of Venus, several major steps have to be undertaken in order to first reduce the surface temperature of Venus, which is currently around 737 Kelvin on average, and to also somehow reduce the atmospheric pressure from the current 93 atmospheres to something a little bit more hospitable to humans, while also removing the extra carbon dioxide and sulfuric acid present in the atmosphere, adding a lot more breathable oxygen, and also adding a lot of water. And so, in the last few decades, several different papers proposed various techniques, which to some extent do make sense scientifically, but are still very difficult to achieve. For example, in 1982, one of the potential propositions was stripping the atmosphere by using the collisions with powerful meteorites and various large asteroids, which in theory could actually strip the atmosphere with time. But in order to strip this entire atmosphere from this planet, you would actually require
so voice meter output is anything that's going out on B1,
equivalent to the total mass of atmosphere you're trying to strip,
B1.
or possibly even more than that. So
Banana
definitely not something we can currently do, especially because redirecting asteroids is not actually
so the channel that's called voice meter output is B1.
Team of scientists
the channel that is called voice meter aux output is B2.
Cause the CO2 in the atmosphere
B1
to
and
react
B2,
with various calcium minerals on the surface.
Except you've got them labeled B1 up the top.
Various minerals.
The one that you've got labeled B1 is actually
it
going out on B2, and the one that you've got labeled B2 is going out on B1. So that's the
it would take a pretty long time, and would also require us to
input
somehow
to
catalyze the reactions on the surface
voice meters
using technology we currently do not have.
I know,
because the labels
Then,
are
in
all
1991, another team proposed
the labels are all about the direction from the other programs, not from voice meter banana.
Sunshade somewhere between Venus and the sun itself.
But the settings here
blocks the sunlight just enough
we just
to cool
want to
down
try to
Venus
match
in approximately 200
everything
years.
else.
With all of this then causing the atmosphere to slowly condense, freeze over, and turn all of the CO2 into
I forget
something
where
a
the
little
sound
more
came
manageable,
through over
and
here in the
removing a lot of
banana
other
from
dangerous compounds from the atmosphere
video.
as well. Then, more recently, in
part I've
2011, the scientists also realized that it's actually a lot more feasible
Even though
I'm not sure
possibly
what's
the
getting
upper
mixed
atmosphere of
into your
Venus
B1
using
bio
various
out.
types of aerostats and various types of zeppelins. And by introducing certain bacteria into the upper atmosphere, it could then also be possible
seems like my
to
voice
turn
is
at
turning
least
up
the
there
upper
because when I
atmosphere
start
into
talking,
something
that's
a
where it
little
shows
more
up.
habitable, thus allowing the humans
on
to
the video.
exist in these upper layers,
Yep.
somewhere
No,
above the 50-kilometer mark.
So if you pause the,
especially
just pause
because
that video.
around the 60-kilometer.
So if I talk...
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, see, if I talk, I'm coming through the right feed. But if you talk, you come through desktop audio, which you're not supposed to. You're supposed to be coming through B1, because I've got B1 written up here.
Yeah, so if you switch B1 VIO out from B2 to B1, over on Banana?
Yeah, but
Go banana?
I can't change this because the banana settings is what it's always been.
Okay, so in that case,
Something
change
else.
your. What happens if you change your output of Zoom to the banana auxiliary?
Yeah, but I've always had Zoom at banana voice meter output and voice meter input, and I think I lose my sound to you if I change it to auxiliary. I'll switch it over. But
Hang on, before you do, can we have a look at the setting that you've got for B2 mic audio and OBS?
Oh, okay. Which is switched off altogether. That's been set at voice meter output. See, I don't know if that got changed as well. So something's been changed in the settings somewhere just from the other day, and I can't understand how OBS would have got it. Unless it got configured automatically.
Can you just cancel that? And now have a look at the B1 properties.
Oh.
There's your problem. All right, cancel that. Go to B2. All right, B2, change your B2 device.
I don't use B2. That should be deleted. That whole bar. It's meant to be deleted. So I never used that. We tried to use that one and it mucked up. So I just left it.
Okay. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
In that case,
all we've ever used now, like for what worked, was the settings that I had in desktop audio and B1. B1's you and me, and desktop audio is the video. For some reason, and then the video is meant to come through to you too. So it's whatever one of these settings is here, I've got to change. I don't think it's. I don't think it's.
What happens if you switch? If you switch the output of Zoom to the banana auxiliary input?
You just playing around for now? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, so you're just so if you go
because the microphone and speaker I had in Zoom was voice meter output and voice meter input, and I'm sure that that's what the settings were previously, because I screen captured the settings for banana Zoom, but not the properties of OBS. I didn't actually do that.
Right. So your desktop audio channel that you've got there is hooked up to output B2. Banana B2.
If I play the video, the sound should come through. Well, if you can see that.
I can see what happens when you play that. It comes through on the desktop audio.
To planet Earth, with I guess one exception being that it's also kind of a little bit acidic. But that's precisely where this new paper takes its direction as well. It sort of takes that idea
B1.
and takes it to a completely new level.
B2 and B1.
This new paper by Alex Howie from NASA Goddard Space Center suggests using an army of flying robots.
But which? The choices we got is the input and the auxiliary. Because I don't think we've used I don't think I've used these other ones. I don't think it's 3. I think it's just that one. Could always try the auxiliary. Try the auxiliary.
Well, the auxiliary is the output. So when you connect something to B2, doesn't it go out on the auxiliary?
I don't know. Try auxiliary. And me too. Okay. Now there's no sound at all coming out of desktop audio for auxiliary. Okay, so it's not that one. No. Yep. So it's not that one. I screen captured them too, and I double checked them. And we can see where the sound's coming from. So that, get rid of that. I'll move that down here somewhere. Default, yeah, that's what this is the same as what it's always been. And voice meter input is default. And that's default communication device. And the bars, you can see on the side here that any of these three could work. The only one that's working when I talk is none of them. Okay. Yeah, I should become okay, wrong one. Now I should yeah, yeah. I come through. Yeah, I'm coming through see, I've got this one as default, but I'm coming through 2 of them, 3 of them, and I shouldn't be doing that. I shouldn't be coming through 3. Yes. But I shouldn't be coming through both of these ones. You're coming through auxiliary just then. But yet I see you over in B1 over there when you talk. Yeah, I know, it's very confusing. Okay, you're not even coming out over there now, over in OBS. Okay, so I've got to put this one back. Oh. Desktop audio. Oh, yeah, that's where I was going. Oh, desktop. Yeah, but you should be coming through my microphone on the B1. This is only for videos. Videos only come through the desktop audio. Oh no, that's only just the normal input.
Voice meter input, that's the one. Yeah, again, I just get confused about their naming. Hit play on that video.
Yeah, but you're coming through there now.
Yeah, I know.
Structures that
There's a reason for that.
Create something
go to your playback
larger.
list. Sorry, in the sound settings. Go to the playback settings.
Yeah.
Yep. And let's have a look when you hit play where it comes out.
Example, the production of various airships,
Voice
or
meter
at
input.
least airship-like structures, that would start floating in the Venusian atmosphere similar to a typical balloon.
I've got the volume
and this could be achieved by pumping these balloons with the various amounts of lighter gases such as
Yeah, but we can
nitrogen
see it's on the voice meter input
in
channel.
the atmosphere of Venus. But by turning these balloons hexagonal and by making them interconnect with one another, the scientists in this paper
Which is unsurprising because that's your default
start
device.
producing something similar to a
But
surface.
wherever you
with the
feed
eventual
banana
goal
through,
being
it'll either
a
change
kind
it
of a
to that
floating
one
balloon surface
or that one.
would basically cover the entire
Yeah, so if you
planet.
go and switch
Yeah,
your
that would require
like
a lot of balloons.
go to
and
banana.
in this case, he even calculates how many. We
In the
would
B1
require
column,
approximately 72
turn
trillion
B2 off
of
and
these
B1 on.
hexagonal balloons, covering the entire planet
Which
at an
side?
altitude of about 50 kilometers, creating a kind of artificial surface. And this would result in a very
V2 off.
It would actually result in two different types of atmospheres above and below this construction.
I don't really want to change I don't want to change it.
Hang on.
Settings. You're just saying what comes.
Can you turn the video down so I can't hear you?
Oh, sorry.
Which also means that
Or you can hear the video now.
Yes.
Right, okay, so that's a start.
To create trillions of these floating tiles.
But even though we've got the wrong settings in here.
In this case,
now let me
based on the current calculations of, for example, solar panel efficiencies and how long it would take to actualize all of this, suggests that it would take roughly around 200 years. But because this would be using
just waiting for it to
construction to a typical conventional airship, none of this would be
waiting for it to catch up 30 seconds buffer on my YouTube.
And by stacking
oh, you're not listening to it in Zoom.
Both.
It becomes possible to essentially trap the lower atmosphere, making it a lot more.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of doubling going on there.
Because these tiles can be of different.
So we've got audio going on somewhere.
I'll put that back to how it was.
Or in other words, we can change the albedo and
I don't want to break
now
bananas.
See, now I can't hear.
In this case, by keeping the albedo at approximately
that means that we've got to get the right one.
It becomes possible to create conditions extremely similar.
So is that Zoom? It's either Zoom or OBS for you to hear it in Zoom.
Actually create something that even resists
it's got to match
relatively strong winds on Venus, preventing the structure
so I'm
from
sure that they're the right ones it's supposed to be,
keeping all
input
the
and
tiles
output,
as a kind of a
banana,
piece above the surface.
Because I've only got auxiliary,
all of this would be basically
Give me a sec.
extracted from the atmosphere. The rest of the materials could also be extracted from the Venusian surface itself. So after the giant shell is completed and there is some sort of an atmosphere above, by reaching down into the regolith on Venus,
Alright, so if you want to separate out the talking that I'm doing from the talking that Anton's doing at the moment, you're going to have to change the zoom output.
Or possibly even planet Earth.
That's what I'm wondering.
Potentially produced in some other way, using, for example, the solar radiation and specifically.
Because at the moment you've got YouTube playing onto channel B1,
the oxygen available in Venusian
and you've got
all of this also taking at least
B2, whatever it is.
And in this case, we wouldn't even have to change the rotation
you've got
speed
both.
of the
So YouTube is producing, everything that's coming from YouTube is going into voice meter input.
Although on the night side, it would stay relatively.
Everything that's coming out of Zoom is also going into the same input. No, I'm talking about the hardware. The virtual hardware.
And since all
we go over to your
materials in
sounds.
this case are coming from Venus itself, except for I guess water.
Go over to the sounds control
biggest
panel.
limiting factor
This
for
one.
all of
Yes.
this.
Yep.
other than
So
obviously having
because the
all
default
this
playback
to produce
device
all
is
this,
voice meter
is
input,
the energy available from the sun. For example, even by using relatively efficient
all of the
solar
output
panels
from
for
your
electrolysis of
web
carbon
browser and everything
dioxide,
else is going to go
in
and
order to
go
produce
through that
necessary
because you can't
carbon
select in the web
dioxide,
browser.
it would still take several
But
decades
you've got
of non-stop
you're using that same
production
channel
and
for output
non-stop
from Zoom.
storage,
That's
assuming
why
that
we're showing up
everything
on the
goes
desktop
fine.
audio.
Naturally, also
So change
requiring
the
a tremendous
change the
amount
zoom
of
one across
various types of
to
robots
voice meter
for
aux.
all of this to work perfectly. And then to also produce
input
all of the
or
oxygen for
output?
this planet, we would need
Output.
at least 30 years as well. And all in all, it would probably take approximately 200 years to completely transform the planet.
Right, now
making it
just pause that
literally-
for a sec.
God, what the hell happened there?
No, you're still coming through desktop audio. So that's not changing desktop audio.
Hang on, what did you change?
To auxiliary.
Which one? The Zoom input or the Zoom output?
Microphone. Auxiliary aux output.
No, okay, change that one back and change the Zoom speaker to the auxiliary channel.
Yep. Double check to make sure I got it right. So you can still hear me, and microphone. Select microphone.
I can hear
in
you
Zoom.
better now.
Yeah, microphone in Zoom is voice meter output. Speaker is voice meter aux input. In Zoom.
Yes. So now if you go back over to OBS.
Yeah. I'll just play that.
And although it might sound like science
Right,
fiction,
so we're still getting that. And where are you coming
Yeah,
to?
so that's now on the desktop audio. Yes.
Yeah, you're not coming through desktop audio now.
No, but if you go scroll up on that, scroll up to the top, am I coming through the B1 channel?
At the top, yes, in audio mixer in OBS.
Cool. That's what we wanted, yeah.
And you're coming through the right side over here in Banana too now.
Yeah.
All right, okay, we're nearly there.
We're halfway there. Halfway there.
Now all we got to get. Oh, wait a minute. Did I? See, I don't think it's mattering what happens over in Discord, because all we're doing for Discord is feeding them the output of wherever we're listening to back into Discord, so people can talk through the microphone. So I'm not worried about that just yet. So I'll just put that back to...
Well, let's leave Discord for later.
I'll leave that for now. So I'll put that back to default, so we're not going to muck up anything over in Discord. Alright, so I can close that.
Alright.
Oh, didn't mean to close it. I meant to exit it. The little thingo was in the road. Right. So I'm still working over there. So minimise that. Now.
All right. Now we can't hear
this.
Sorry, we can't hear the
video
voice meter input playback channel in Zoom.
Right. So if I press play.
Questions in the paper.
Right so
now we actually do have technology for pretty much everything.
But not
it just has to be all put together
so
and
you're not
all
hearing
sent to Venus. And obviously would require
Pause
a
that
kind
again.
of a long...
What's your in Zoom? What is your microphone channel?
Microphone is output, voice meter output.
All right. In that case, on your B1/VIO out on Banana,
yeah.
Turn on channel B1 for the B1/VIO out. I want to see what's
and press play. I know, but you're just seeing what you see, yeah. Because we've got to put that back.
A lot of different players. And honestly, it does
okay, so I can hear it in Zoom.
Right.
And idea that
now the important part is can we hear everything properly out in the
solar system, at least on a small scale at first. But I guess...
Yeah, but we can't have... What we got to do now is find out what we changed in Zoom. See, we've got output and auxiliary. We can't have, I don't think you can have two different ones. I don't know.
Sorry, say that again.
I don't know if you can have two different inputs, like, because one's auxiliary and one's output, which is what. That's just out and auxiliary, which is what's over here. But B2 and B1 is. I'm just wondering if you've got.
I guess for now, and until some future
desktop audio for Zoom.
It's just kind of bizarre at the moment.
Yeah. So we're close. We're very, very close. They can still hear it out there. When I see the desktop audio bars works in OBS, I know that the peanuts can hear it out there.
Yep.
I know that. But we've got to match the right one of the choices that we have here. Because that's just... And we got that one right, have we? Or did we get the mic?
So voice meter input is your default audio. So that's where everything's going to sit for desktop applications. So desktop audio is on voice meter input.
Yeah. And you're
Whereas I'm on voice meter aux.
Yeah, you're coming through aux. And aux is what I've got set here in Zoom.
Oh, hang on. Can you have a look back over on OBS? What is your device for B1?
Voice meter output. Which is recording. Yeah, that's the default device. You're coming through both, see. Both of these. Both.
Hello, if that's voice meter output. The output of voice meter is going into there. Cancel that and go back to your.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh shit! Is it capturing the audio? This audio mix? Yeah. Sorry, Dora. You guys don't
Dora
have to hang around here and wait for us.
No, I know. I'm just that's what I said to them before. I said we're just going to be fiddling with this. The show's basically done. But if they want to hang around the peanuts, that's up to them. But if they know anything about any of these settings and they want to listen in to hear what we're doing.
Yeah, see, I'm just really confused about stuff at the moment. So let me start one of these. So OBS,
and I'm not using potato because potato's too confusing for me. Bananas, I've had no problem with banana up until now. It's just
it's just getting the settings correct. Once you get them correct, it should be fine.
Yeah, just get them back to the way they were.
Can you cancel that for me? Cancel properties for that, or OK them, whichever. And
see, even with my game that I play, there's a game that I play. I went into that, and the sound even changed in that. So I had to figure out why does something change other things.
It does sound like a lot of your audio devices were recreated.
All I did was play around here with the B1 and B2 things to play with that music to get through from when I was over in Discord. And somehow it's changed everything.
Well, look again at your desktop audio again, the desktop audio OBS device. Voice meter input. That's really weird. Because it's capturing from an output in one case and an input in the other.
Oh, I was making a coffee. Be back in a sec.
Sure.
I've got everything open for you so you can have a think.
I don't understand why that's doing that.
Any of the peanuts actually able to help, or are they just listening? You can still hear me, can't you? Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Sorry, I was
yeah, you're
just
right.
mic off for a moment.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I can't see the side chat, so I don't know if the peanuts are actually offering any advice.
Yeah, I was making notes, so let me go back to there.
Yeah. We're so close. I know it. I can sort of feel it in a way.
I have a suspicion that your microphone shouldn't be coming out on both B1 and B2. I think it should be only B1.
Where are you seeing this at?
Voice meter banana microphone channel.
Oh, okay.
Output.
I think. Yeah, well, see, we're getting it over here too in the Windows settings too.
Yep. So when you talk into your microphone, it's coming out both on the voice meter output and the voice meter aux output. So if you turn off, now which channel am I on? I'm on B1 at the moment. So turn off B2 on your microphone.
B2 over here.
Yep. Close that properties for desktop audio window. And scroll to the top so we can see the VU for B1. Now, when you talk, it should show up in there.
Okay, I'm talking now and it's showing up there.
Yep. All right. Play me a video.
Positions. That's pretty much all I wanted to mention.
Done. I can't
Check
hear
out some of the
them.
other.
Let's just go back to.
Yeah, put everything back the way it was, so that way we're not. What did I turn off over here? Oh, wait a minute.
Hang on. Hold. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the stream to catch up. Hang on a sec.
Okay. I just wanted to put the voice meter back to the way it was, so that way you're not going to get confused with the settings.
Okay, so now that we've turned off B2 on your microphone, I'm getting no doubling from the video or from me while we're talking or while while video's playing.
Right. Okay. So that means.
So having the microphone connected to both B1 and B2, I think, was a wrong choice.
Okay. But there must be a reason, or there must be a setting that's feeding in. See, the only place that's feeding in is from Zoom. Oh, see, I'm still over in Discord. See, if I mute Discord, that might help for now. That way I'm not feeding in from Discord, because Discord's another input. Now we put this back. Okay, I just wanted to check that. No, I'm still doubling up. So it's not Discord. So it's not the extra feed.
So those meters on the right hand side.
Over here, yeah.
Those meters, yeah. So those are showing you the outputs.
I think I wrote on here what these ones do.
Yeah, so from the perspective of Banana, if you think about input channels to Banana and output channels to Banana, they're named backwards.
Yeah.
But don't worry about that too much. The stuff on the big ones on the left are your input VUs. The little ones on the right are your output VUs. So when you talk at the moment, it'll go out on both the B1 and B2 channels.
Yep.
Because that's what you've got it set to on your microphone.
Yep.
It's also going out on A1 because why? I'm not quite sure why you're also going out on A1.
I have to move them over here. Ah, might have to close. I'm going to minimize the participants, because that way I've got an extra section for this.
OBS Studio, is that producing audio output? And if so, where is it producing audio output?
In OBS?
Yeah.
Which one, the B1 or the desktop audio?
I'm not sure.
As long as the video is still playing.
Venus videos or...
Right, that still works. But you're going to get the feed from sound matching from the desktop audio out of there into so that's just saying normal input, but I've either got input or auxiliary.
Yeah, because what it's doing, if you go to the playback, go to your playback tab there, you'll notice that that's voice meter input.
Yep. But I'm not coming
so
through input. You're coming through auxiliary when you talk.
Yes.
Where does the video come through?
Discoveries from Venus in some of the
It
videos
comes
right
through
there
voice meter
or in the
input.
description below. Subscribe,
Okay.
maybe share
Yes.
this video.
Because you're playing into an input to voice meter. It's annoying, but that's the way it is. So the voice meter input device is the one that's labeled in voice meter B1/VIO out. Can you left click where it says B1/VIO out? In voice meter.
Over in voice meter.
Yeah, click on the B1/VIO out title.
No, you can't touch them.
Okay. Bugger. Because you can rename microphone hardware input 2, 3, etc.
Yeah, these can be renamed as sliders.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah, and that can be renamed underneath here. And yeah.
It's just annoying that. So this
battery
device that Windows calls voice meter input is named B1/VIO out in Banana.
I'm hearing both of them very well for volume anyway. The video too, when it was playing. Okay. Bob's
the problem that we seem to be having is that we can't actually listen to the video in Zoom without getting trash audio out in the stream.
Yeah. I've just got to change me headset batteries. They're bloody bipping me out.
I'm vastly confused, just so you know.
Alright, I should be back, yep.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. And I went to all the but I went and captured, screen captured, or whatever you call it, snipped the settings for Zoom.
Yep.
And OBS, but not Banana, I mean. Just screen captured the screen, what we got there. And I've also got a saved file when you go to menu and you can go load settings. There's a setting.
Yep.
I keep that for backup. But
So what happens when you load those settings?
I
want to see what it changes.
Where is it? Load settings.
Yeah, I'm about the same, John.
Updated. Yeah, that one. Load that one.
All right, what happens when you... Yeah, see, that's interesting because that's put B1 and B2 back on. Yeah, that one. It's also got some interesting gate going on there. You've got a gate value on your microphone. Presumably that's to stop breathing noises. Are you talking and I can't hear you, or are you not talking? Try changing the microphone device. Yeah, that's part of the problem. So select either of
that one.
That one will do. Yep.
Yeah, I might save it then, because that should save.
Yep.
Yep.
Right. So your desktop audio, that's capturing the output. So it's capturing the playback device, not one of the recording devices. That's okay.
So
you
when
will
that
soon
plays,
about space and sciences, and come back tomorrow to learn something else.
Yep, can't
Support
hear
the
it.
show.
So.
yeah, it's coming through over here, and that one out, B1 out.
Yes.
You're muted, Terry. Yeah, I know. I wasn't muted. I didn't have the setting. Going back to Zoom again. I have to open up backups saved, was it, or snippet tool? That was the 2020, so that's 2 years ago. I think that's the. I don't know what date that one was. No, that's 19.
2019.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one was done 2020, and that's got. I can barely read it.
Voice meter output and voice meter input.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if that's.
Is that what it's set to at the moment?
No. Because we've changed that.
Because if you use voice meter output and voice meter input,
yeah,
then we're going to be back to desktop audio recording
yeah,
everything
that's
I say.
yeah, but then we change this.
No, we can't change that.
Yeah, we can change this one.
So if you change that to voice meter aux input.
That's what I was wondering. For what? Oh, here, recording. And I've window captured all them too. So that's for what they are now is what for what the settings were before. Yeah, that's the same. Yeah. And it's output in the microphone. Yeah, that's the same. Oh, playback, sorry. Speakers default and voice meter input. I've got all these other ones opened up too. I don't know why. Oh yeah, here, digital audios, whatever they are. Yeah, that's the same over here. No, that was. Yes. But the thing is, that we only had this problem since the other day when I tried to play sound from a file. Mm. And all I did that day was change B1s and B2s here. So either I've lost. I haven't got an older. I haven't got it. Oh, wait a minute. What date was that one? See, that's 2021 screenshot. Yeah. But I didn't open up the microphone and that one to see what those settings were in there. But that doesn't matter for now. Yeah, I should delete those ones. They're the old Windows 7 ones. Yeah, I've got Windows 10 now. Nah. So I'm still thinking we're getting warmer. See, we've still got the desktop audio? No, see, we've lost desktop audio for over here now. Yeah. We're going to change that one back to the input one. Is that right? Yeah.
That one.
That we should get. Ah, okay. But are you coming through desktop audio or are you coming through?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
no, I'm coming through desktop audio because that's
that.
what the settings that you have. The settings that you had saved are what puts me into desktop audio.
Ah.
So if your Zoom output is going out through voice meter input
and output,
actually, so in Zoom, what has it got as the speaker?
Input, voice meter input.
And that's where you're getting my voice from. So
that's why I'm wondering
why is this working wrong? No, I think I know I'm starting to see what's going wrong.
I have to put this one back.
These settings are all wrong.
Yeah. I have to.
So
put
leave that one on voice.
Aux, that one. I have to put that one back to aux, and then you end up being back in B1. No. Okay. No, you're not. Which was screen captured. That's what the screen capture was. Output's that one. Okay. Whereabouts? Oh, for Zoom? Okay, so I've got aux for microphone and aux for speaker.
And check out where my where's my audio coming out?
Not where it's supposed to be. Over here.
It's coming out both.
Yeah. So I've got to get rid of you over here. That's,
yes.
I've probably got to go back to input. Try that.
Okay, so now the output from Zoom goes through B1.
Okay. We'll just check the.
So now,
why do we check stuff as we go?
Simple. Injecting various photosynthetic bacteria into the atmosphere of Venus, which could
still not
I can hear that through Zoom.
You can.
Then reproduce and use all of the CO2 in the atmosphere and convert it into something a little bit more useful for humans. But what he didn't know back in 1961, and what he later...
Okay.
So now the question is, how does that play in the stream?
I'll let that play for a minute. I'll stop sharing all that.
Perfect.
And I'll just share.
Perfect.
It was working out there, was it?
Yep.
And what about if we were talking?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Talking was fine. The video playback was not corrupted and so on.
Okay, and if we talk up the top here in B1, yeah, we're not muted.
That's where we're talking.
And if we play the video,
explained
and then
in
we can
1994 in his book Pale Blue Dots.
Yep, we can talk
is
over
that
the video.
Back then, we didn't really know
You
how
can hear the
extreme
video.
Venus was. The atmosphere here is way more thick, and the temperature is much hotter than the scientists thought back in the 60s. But nevertheless, a few more propositions of terraforming Venus
right, now
have
the
been
only
done
other
since
test
then,
we've got to do,
and one of the more original ones just came out very recently.
Right. Can you
Hold
pause
on,
that so I
person,
can
this
listen
is
to the
Andrew.
stream?
And today we're going.
Yeah. I'll stop sharing it for a minute.
Yep. So there's no doubling, there's no echoes, no anything like that.
Right.
And Vroom Fondle has sunk my battleship. God damn it, I hate it when he does that.
Right. Now the last
All right.
test, we've got one more test to
Now
do.
the last thing we've got is Discord.
Yes. Okay, so you've got to go, you're over in Discord now though. I don't know how you're going to do this. We need one more person. And we've run out of people. We need a volunteer in Discord. Not me, somebody else. And Farmers is muted too. And Blue. Oh no. This is the only test I've got to do now. So I'm over in Discord now. So hopefully we don't get any echoing. And you don't hear any echo?
And now I'm talking and listening exclusively in Discord.
But not in Zoom.
Not in Zoom.
Okay. How
Question
are we gonna,
is...
Yeah, we're trying to work out how... Because usually if somebody comes in here that's not in Zoom, you can jump out if you want. Jump out of Zoom and just go into Discord on your own. Oh no, that wouldn't work because I need somebody else in Discord, in Zoom. Need a third.
The problem is we need somebody...
we need one more person.
We need somebody talking in Zoom to see if we can hear them in Discord.
Yes, we'll just see if you can hear, or me. Well, actually, disconnect yourself again from Discord and go back to Zoom, because what will happen is my little thingo will light up in Discord if somebody's talking.
True. So if I talk, it isn't lighting up for you. The Terry icon isn't lighting up for me.
I'm just about to change that. Hopefully it'll work.
And we should also be able to see it when you're playing a video.
No, it's not. It's not lighting up. My icon's not lighting up when you talk in Zoom.
All right. I'm not sure what you just did, but you've started to go all scratchy, which usually means
Well,
there's
that's
a problem with
that's
your
because
settings.
I'm in Discord. That's from Discord.
Okay.
I just changed Discord. So for some reason, there's a setting that's not matching for Discord.
Yeah, but I'm not hearing you through Discord.
No. What happens is if you're talking, people in Discord will hear you. The sound, the output from Zoom goes back into Discord.
All right, hang on. I'm not seeing the lights because I was muted. That's what the problem was.
Okay, and I've got auxiliary input. This is only just letting me know if somebody's in Zoom can be heard in Discord. Yeah, we need a third person. We definitely need a third person to work this out. Because you can't be you can't be both. Need a volunteer out in the peanuts.
I can talk in Zoom and not hear myself in Discord.
Yeah, but your voice is not lighting my icon up.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, that's where it's...
So Discord can't hear the Zoom.
Not yet, no. It's a little extra feature that I have working.
Oh. What's your Discord audio input? So your microphone setting in Discord.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to remember if I had a screen capture of that.
What is it at the moment?
Auxiliary. That's what it's got at the moment. Just
okay.
checking to see if I've got a screen capture of what it used to be. If I can find anything.
What's your output in Zoom was voice meter input. Can you switch the input to Discord over to voice meter output? I think it should be called, or voice meter input. Voice meter input, maybe.
I don't know. I just know that I had them both the same, and I changed input to auxiliary. To default to go back to normal. Normal's default in Discord. That's what I had before. But output, I've got auxiliary. I'm going to have to play around with that one again. I think Alan might just have to sort that one out for me. Just to get it back.
I think we're
so close.
Might be within spitting distance of right.
Yeah, we are. So if I just put that back to default for now in Discord, for now, everything else is working okay for sound. Videos playing.
We can talk about this new proposition on how one day we could maybe.
You can hear that, but I'm not sharing it, so you can't hear it if I don't share it. So I'll just double.
I'm only listening in Discord at the moment, so give me a sec.
Oh, you're in Discord at the moment, are you?
All right, so I'm back in Zoom.
Okay, you're back in Zoom. Just double check we're still working for share.
In theory, colonize and terraform
yes, I can hear that.
Venus.
Right, so that's still working. So we haven't mucked up anything that way. And over in OBS, you are coming through B1.
Yep.
Yep. Nowhere else. And desktop audio's
the extreme planet.
Supposed to. So that's all working over there.
Cool.
Oh, so we're so close. Just that last extra little feature that I have. If anyone comes
which is trying to get things.
Yeah. That's the last little feature I like to have.
So in order to get Discord to the same. So essentially what you want is for Discord to be channeling everything that's coming out of OBS, yeah?
That's what I'm thinking. But we've fiddled with OBS settings, so maybe it's the Zoom setting. One of those microphones in the Zoom.
Yeah, so if we try changing your microphone in Zoom, not in Zoom, in
See, for what we're doing so far is copying what I've captured in the past.
Yep.
That's all we've done so far. So if we missed it.
If you set, I'm wondering. If you set the, what is it? In Discord, if you set the microphone to voice meter output, then you'll get everything.
Do you want to share? You want me to share my screen again for you so you can?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
This should just work fine.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to see if I captured an image of what the setting was in here. I'm still having a look for that to see if there is one.
The problem is that the images that you've got are wrong, are not matching up to what works.
They're not matching.
So I'd say that they're just out of date.
Yeah, they've probably been altered since then. I haven't updated them.
Yeah.
But they're close.
It's possible that you've changed your OBS settings since those images were taken.
Yeah,
because I know that you guys have spent a lot of.
Yeah.
you and Alan have spent a lot of time and effort getting this working right in the first place. So
yeah.
I'm just flipping random switches to see what breaks. That's usually how I do this shit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we'll see. 2020 was the last time we did Zoom, and like we said, it was output and input. And what did we end up with now for Zoom? Where are we? Get out of there for a minute.
So Zoom is using at least speaker voice meter input.
No, I've got auxiliaries. See, that's
on both for Zoom.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's
what I'm wondering.
So the speaker is voice meter aux input.
Mm-hmm. And microphones are aux output. That's what I don't understand. I'm using them instead of the input and outputs, the normal input output.
So the Zoom speaker voice meter aux input goes into voice meter and then comes out on voice meter output.
It's like trying to draw this like a normal stereo system where you've got this device, this device, and this device, and try to work out how the wiring's going.
The names screw us up, and so do the settings.
Yeah.
So, in Discord, if you change the Discord microphone to voice meter output, then you'll get everything from the Zoom will come through into here, and now I can hear it.
What I do remember is the voice settings, inputs and outputs for Zoom going back into Discord was they were both the same. And then when I wasn't in Zoom anymore, so I didn't get crackly, I put it back to default. And then everyone could hear me crystal clear because I'm not using Zoom or OBS or anything. Just normal.
Yep. Yeah, so I can hear you fine. Just before when you had whatever it was that you'd changed, I could hear myself through your channel as well. So when you change now I can hear myself.
Right, okay. So, let's see, I'm sure it was auxiliary.
No. I'm saying that I can hear myself is a good thing. It means because I'm talking through Zoom and listening through Discord.
Oh, okay.
So that was the right setting. So when you have the microphone and Discord set to voice meter output, it's the same as the B1 channel on OBS. It's the same setting as the B1 channel on OBS.
But I'm not lighting up in Discord at the moment when somebody talks in Zoom, which is what happens in Discord. Everyone in Discord can hear anyone that's in Zoom through my microphone. For some reason.
Yeah, what is your Discord microphone set to?
I've got it both on auxiliary at the moment.
Okay.
And that's the
Change
settings.
your Discord microphone.
That's the setting.
Change your Discord microphone to voice meter output.
Well, that's what I was just having a quick look to see if I did have something to go by in the old. Where are we? No, I've only got Zoom. Yeah, I've only got Zooms in there. Only documents. Nothing there. I must have kept one.
Now, did you want it to go the other way as well?
Sound from here back into Zoom?
No. Yes.
Yeah, that's how it was before, yeah. When I spoke...
Okay, so...
people could hear you.
So if you have the speaker... Hang on a second, let me do this.
Peanuts must be getting a headache out there.
Sorry, that was getting confusing. So now I'm over here in Zoom only.
Right.
And you're sounding a little bit crackly.
Oh. Okay. Even though I've got my microphone
something
open.
Doesn't like it.
Yeah, something's not liking. So the only setting that was changed.
And that.
I have to move all these out of the way. Get out of the way, you.
So I think your Discord microphone should be voice meter output. And your speaker should be voice meter aux input. The only question is, how does that then go on OBS? Does that interfere with OBS? No. No, it shouldn't. Doesn't look like it should anyway. Sorry, I'm writing notes here.
Just trying to find one more screen capture if I did capture that. Just to see if I.
Can you mute in? Can you mute in Discord?
Yep.
Yeah, mute your microphone in Discord.
Mute.
No, because then that's not gonna work. That's not what I want.
No. Where was I?
I feel like your microphone going out on B1 and B2 is not necessarily what we want.
I don't think I captured a Discord. Captured Zoom. I've captured that, not OBS though. Pictures, anything in there? Saved pictures, no. I usually call them screen captures or whatever. Documents. Annotations.
Well, we've gotten to the point where we can now play videos and everybody can listen.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
Yeah. That extra bonus thing of getting people to listen through Discord from in here, that was just an extra bonus that I used to like having.
Yeah, and you've gone correctly again.
Okay, so what have we? What have I changed to make me crackly?
I don't know.
What did I change?
Do you want to just quickly share that screen again so I can have a
I'll share my whole window again to see what I may have changed. What have I got in here? I've got aux and aux. Oh, Discord's got aux and aux too, so I'm just wondering if that's... Because I don't think it was meant to be aux and aux in Zoom. Zoom is
so in your Discord settings.
Yeah, well, I'm muted over there at the moment.
Yeah, that's cool. But in your settings there, can you go to there? Yep. Change your input device to voice meter output. No. Change your input device.
Oh, that's usually default. That's usually you weren't getting any crackling when I was on default. When I had people feeding through from Zoom, I changed that to match this one, whatever it was. That's the only clue I can give you. So whatever's it.
Can you unmute yourself then?
In Zoom. In
No, in Discord.
Discord, yeah. I'm in Discord now.
Okay, so what happens when I speak in Zoom? Nothing comes across.
No. Like we said, we're not really 100% worried about that part. You just said I was crackly.
But okay. Now go back to your microphone settings.
In where?
In Discord. Discord audio video. Discord settings audio video. Voice video.
What am I still am I still crackly?
No, you're not crackly at the moment. Can you please change that from default to voice meter output?
Right.
That one. Yep. Now, when you talk, can you talk for me so I can make sure that you're not?
Well, I'm
crackly?
talking now to see if I'm going to be crackly or not. I'm lighting up over in Discord.
lighting up in Discord, and I
Oh,
can hear you fine,
you're lighting
and
up.
I'm lighting
Yeah,
you up in
you
Discord.
are.
Yes.
Yeah, you are. You're lighting up.
So now Discord can hear me talk through Zoom.
So what? Why is that? Okay.
Why is what? So, voice meter output in Discord is the same as your B1 channel in OBS.
Right. Okay. So they might not have been the same. See, that's what I was trying to find, a screen capture to see what actually, like, just to help. But no, it might have been different, and I just never noticed before, because I'd always just click on the input device, go back to default, and then click.
Now, I'm going to switch over.
Okay.
I'm going to switch over in a second to Discord. Bear with me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but usually I get I'll go crackly in Discord sometimes for people, but that's usually when I've gone out of Zoom.
Okay, that's terrible.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
No. What's terrible is that I'm getting double sourcing for you. I can hear you overlaid twice.
Twice, right? But you're not. You're muted yourself in Zoom somehow.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
So I've muted Zoom and I've turned off my microphone in Zoom. So I'm just talking to you talking and listening through Discord.
Yep.
But
so
somehow I'm getting 2 copies of your voice.
Okay. Right. Now, if I put input and output, does that make any difference?
Hang on.
In Discord, that is. We're in Discord.
No, it's all about your input.
Alright, it's not to do with the outputs.
See how, look at the OBS Studio.
Yep.
Actually, why am I hearing myself?
You've gone down to desktop audio now. Over there.
I'm in both.
So it's not that one then. So I'll put
No.
back.
So desktop audio is voice meter input.
Okay.
So your output device needs to be something else.
Well, I'll go back to auxiliary for that for now, because that's what we had. There we go. That just puts it back to the way it was. At least you are getting heard from Zoom back into Discord when you're in Zoom.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. That's how it was before when I could hear you when you could talk from Zoom back to Discord.
Have a look over in OBS.
Yeah, I'm over there.
Yeah, when I talk in Discord,
you're coming through
I'm
B1.
not super loud. Oh, maybe it is working okay now. That's weird.
And
so we're getting some kind of reverb effect on your voice.
I am at the moment.
Yeah, I can hear a reverb effect on your voice. It's like we're getting 2 copies of your voice overlaid and offset by a few milliseconds.
Right. I don't know if we had that problem before or not, but I know you could talk in Discord, and people out in the YouTube could hear you from in here, in Discord.
Yep.
As well, but I don't remember it being a problem with the sound or not. That was what I can't remember if there was a big problem, because it's not a normal thing to be me feeding out from Discord. Usually I mute myself or whatever in here, or I just leave my mic open and everyone else is in Zoom, and no one hears any issues out there in YouTube. I reckon we're so close.
Well, the interesting thing is in Zoom, like I've just muted Discord and unmuted Zoom, and you sound perfectly fine.
Right. Okay.
So Zoom is using the voice meter aux output as the microphone.
Yeah.
But that's because that's just your voice.
Okay.
So voice meter aux output is just you.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just you and the videos.
Okay. If I play the video.
That we believe once upon a time might have looked like planet Earth.
Yep, so now I can hear that in Zoom.
Right. And
play it again.
It eventually turned into a hellish planet with ridiculously high temperatures.
Yeah, that just comes out at the B1 side. Not the other side.
Very high pressures, and a lot of acidic conditions.
Say something.
See, usually when I'm watching a video...
Oh my god. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, when I'm watching a video, when I'm not in Zoom or an OBS is playing, the auxiliary
I'm an idiot.
side...
Everything's fine.
Everything in the auxiliary side is where I hear the video through, and I'm not. That's where it's not coming through for some reason. But I'll have to double check that when I go out of Zoom and out of OBS to see if that's what happens. So,
do you want to know why I was hearing you doubled up and overlaid?
Why?
Because I was muting the Zoom application, not the Zoom meeting application.
Ah.
So I was actually getting you from Zoom and Discord at the same time. That's why I was hearing it that way. You sound perfectly fine now through Discord.
Right.
That makes me a lot happier.
Right, and then I'll only be happy now when I go to play my videos to see if the sound's going to come through the auxiliary side when I'm not in Zoom. So I won't know that until we leave. And No Name said I woke up early for a change and this is my reward. Now we're going to sign out now, guys. We've just been fiddling around.
Hang on. When you go out of Zoom.
Sorry?
I might be confused.
When I'm not in Zoom or OBS is playing, my sound for YouTube for Banana will come out on the auxiliary side. But I can't test that until I go out of Zoom and turn OBS off. So that's my next
It
test.
shouldn't make a difference, but when you play it at the moment, where does it come out?
The left side. That's why I'm trying to figure out what's
On
going
the surface. And in this case, this proposition...
Right, so that's where it's going to come out next time.
Oh.
So that left channel there, the B1 VIO out channel, is specifically where you've told it to play all of the default sounds to. So all your desktop sound is going out that way.
Okay, now I've got to get it back the other way. So I've got something back to front.
Why?
Well, that's what I'm saying, but when I close down all this and just have the feed coming from YouTube into Banana, it should be coming through the auxiliary side, the YouTube. When I play it, because I watch movies and stuff.
Why should it?
Because when I watch movies and everything, that's the side I'm always turning the volume up on that side.
Okay. In that case, you're going to have to play around with all of your settings again, including your Windows output device.
Well, I think they'd be right, those ones, because they... where are we?
Because the Windows output device is what determines whether you're on the left or on the right of those two things in Banana.
What, the default?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've copied the screen capture of what the settings were.
I know.
So I'm wondering what.
So that channel B1 VIO out is the playback channel for voice meter input.
Yeah. So if I play videos, that's where it should come through.
Though quite
so
extravagant,
move the sound
does
thingy out of the way
make
so we can
sense.
see where it is.
Yeah, I'm playing it now.
But before that, well...
Yeah, it does. It comes through voice meter input. But it's supposed to be coming through the auxiliary side.
And the only way that you can get it to do that is by changing your default device to voice meter aux input. At which point we then have to juggle everything else at the same time.
As well. No.
Oh, while you've got that open, see that show disabled and show disconnected? Turn those off.
What, both of them?
Yep. And voila, all of those NVIDIA ones go away.
Oh, okay. And I've just got whatever's connected.
Yep. So if you're like dead set on having your video playback show up on the right hand side, then we're going to have to flip everything else.
But I don't know if this is affected by the ABS at the moment, because it's like unplugging something and then plugging the two cords back together, but disconnecting the device that you just had them two things plugged into. I'm just wondering if that's the effect I get without Zoom and OBS playing when I go to watch my videos normally. I won't know that until I go out of here to check.
Yeah,
just
for
as an experiment.
For right now, everything seems to be functioning right,
okay,
and I strongly expect that when you close Zoom,
it'll be.
Let's close Zoom.
Yeah, I'll close. Everyone out in the peanut gallery. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for hanging around and listening to me blather. Thanks, guys.
I don't know how many people were still watching us. We still had 8 people.
For anybody that's hung on.
Okay then, we're out of here.